Distinguished guests, dear speakers and participants of the conference, it's an honor and privilege today to open the international conference towards the recovery of the culture sector of Ukraine, together with up to 200 participants from various countries in support of war-torn Ukraine, including government representatives, ministers of culture, representatives of international and non-governmental organizations. Experts are meeting in Vilnius. Main topics today's session: the harm done by Russia's war in Ukraine culture sector, the most important needs, joint actions to be taken, and commitments to the recovery of Ukraine's culture. The planned outcomes of today's conference include an updated document prepared by UNESCO and international partners, action plan of culture in Ukraine, and concluding document prepared for the conference by Lithuania in close cooperation with Ukraine and partnership with UNESCO. The outcomes of the Vilnius conference will be presented at the Ukraine Recovery Conference to be held in Berlin next week. Ladies and gentlemen, before we commence the conference officially, let me announce some housekeeping information. First of all, if you do need to use a Wi-Fi, the code is unbreakable, and the network is unbreakable too. It's like us. And if you need a translation, so in your earphones, you'll hear Ukrainian, English, Lithuanian, and other languages. Please make a small applause for these wonderful people making sure we are having this translation. And now we will start the conference with the welcoming addresses. And the first welcome speech will be delivered by Prime Minister of the Republic of Lithuania, Ms. Ingrida Šimonytė, to all our guests of the conference. Please, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to welcome you in Vilnius and to address this important conference dedicated to the recovery of the culture sector of Ukraine. The aim of Russia's brutal, unjustified, and unprovoked war is not only Ukraine's territory and sovereignty. Russia is openly aiming and actively trying to erase Ukrainian identity. Therefore, while we must continue and speed up all the defense assistance to Ukraine, whatever victory takes, we must also make sure that we help Ukraine safeguard its cultural heritage and its cultural life. This is a crucial element of protecting the identity and resilience of a nation and a cornerstone of the future of Ukraine as a free and prosperous country. They say, when arms speak, muses are silent. Every day, Ukraine proves these words of Cicero or conventional wisdom are wrong. The Ukrainian voice of muses is now particularly loud. It resonates in the souls of all people worldwide who value freedom, human life, and dignity. Together, we need to make this voice heard even louder and spread wider yet. Ukraine's rich culture is a testament to its vibrant history and profound spirit. Let us use this opportunity today to reaffirm our commitment to protecting these invaluable treasures, not only for the future generations of Ukrainians, but also to make the world's culture richer and more colorful. Our shared history and values bind Ukraine and Lithuania together, and Lithuania stands in unwavering support and solidarity with Ukraine and fully supports all efforts to safeguard its cultural legacy. Let this conference be a catalyst for action. I urge all of you to engage in meaningful dialogue, share your expertise, and collaborate on innovative solutions that will ensure the recovery and flourishing of Ukraine's culture. With our collective efforts and unwavering dedication, We can and must protect the cultural richness of Ukraine for generations to come. Together, we can and should ensure that Ukrainian culture continues to inspire and enrich the world. Thank you, and I wish you a fruitful and very meaningful conference.
Thank you, Prime Minister. I'm pleased to announce that in a few moments, the participants of this conference will be greeted by Denis Shmyhal, Prime Minister of Ukraine, through a video message addressed to us all.
Dear Madam Prime Minister, dear Ingrida, esteemed conference participants, friends, colleagues, partners, I extend my gratitude to Lithuania for organizing this significant event dedicated to overcoming the consequences of Russian aggression in the cultural sphere. The conference towards the recovery of the culture sector of Ukraine was initiated by President Volodymyr Zelensky during a meeting in Ukraine with UNESCO Director General. This is yet another testament to the fact that the preservation of cultural heritage is one of our state's priorities. Russia is waging a war to completely destroy the Ukrainian nation, to erase our people's identity. Russians are physically destroying Ukraine's cultural monuments. The enemy has destroyed or damaged over 1,000 cultural heritage sites, with about 700,000 museums, artifacts lost. At the temporarily occupied territories of our country, there is a deliberate removal of everything Ukrainian. The war against Ukrainian culture is not just an attempt to destroy our memory. It is also a war against European culture, as our heritage shares common roots and values. Therefore, countering Russian barbarism is a task for all of Europe and the entire civilized world. Today we face two exceptionally important tasks. First, we must stop the aggressor and hold it accountable. Ukraine calls for the exclusion of Russia from UNESCO and its governing convention and working bodies. There are grounds for this, as Russia systematically violates the charter and principles of the organization. We must also ensure that Russia is not elected to the UNESCO Executive Board in 2025. In this matter, we count on the solidarity and support of the international community. Second task is the restoration of the cultural sector of Ukraine, which must become an integral part of the overall recovery. Practical steps can already be taken, such as opening a regional UNESCO office in Ukraine, which would help coordinate efforts more effectively and unite partners to achieve common goals. Dear friends, I'm grateful to all the countries that have participated in this conference. Thank you, Lithuania, for your leadership, sincere friendship, and comprehensive partnership. Together, we will stop the Russian barbarians, make them pay for their crimes, and isolate Russia as a state that has rejected all civilized norms of living. I wish the conference participants productive work. I'm confident that we will soon see practical results from it. Thank you for your attention. Glory to Ukraine. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you. I'm delighted to give a floor to Mr. Ernesto Ottone, UNESCO Assistant Director General for Culture, to greet us all.
Ms. Ingrida Simoniti, Prime Minister of the Republic of Lithuania, Mr. Denis Shmyhal, Prime Minister of Ukraine, Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates and representatives, ladies and gentlemen. In April 2023, already 6.9 billion US dollar were estimated to be required for the recovery of the culture sector in Ukraine over the next 10 years. When UNESCO's Director General Audrey Azoulay met with President Volodymyr Zelensky in Chernihiv that month, 10 months ago, and presented him with the figures, he called on UNESCO to support the Ukrainian authorities in mobilizing international support so culture is not forgotten in the emergency of war. And that's precisely what this conference dedicated to the recovery of the culture sector of Ukraine is about. I wish to express once again my sincere appreciation to the Prime Minister and the Minister of Culture of the Republic of Lithuania. Without your steadfast support for Ukraine and deep commitment to the protection and promotion of culture, today's conference will not be possible. I wish to also seize the opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude and support to the Prime Minister of Ukraine, to the government, and to the various stakeholders of the culture and heritage sectors in Ukraine, including, of course, the Minister Kanadiev and the entire team of the Minister of Culture and Information Policy, for their presence and their continued fight for the safeguarding of Ukraine's culture sector. Since the very beginning of the Russian Federation's full-scale invasion, UNESCO has supported Ukraine in its efforts to safeguard its rich heritage and its diverse and vibrant culture sector. This includes efforts to coordinate the outpouring of generous support from you, the partners present here today and connected online, and from many others. Working alongside our partners, UNESCO has been carrying out crisis response and recovery actions for culture in all its forms in Ukraine, in line with our standard-setting instruments in the field of culture, like in Kiev and Odessa. Urgent repair and securitization measures were implemented at the World Heritage Sites and national museums. In Lviv, a cultural hub has been established as a platform for dialogue, exchange, and capacity building for cultural professionals to revitalize the sector. We have trained law enforcement actors from Ukraine and its neighboring countries to combat the illicit trafficking of cultural property from Ukraine. In Ukrainian schools, we have provided technical assistance to teachers to integrate living heritage into the curriculum so that culture remains a source of strength and resilience for the younger generation. By providing residencies and assistance to artists, especially women artists, we have also supported freedom of artistic expression, ensuring that the voices of artists are not forgotten, but promoted despite the ongoing war. From World Heritage Sites, monuments, and national museums that bear witness to the culture history, to the villages, churches, community museums, and libraries that are a cornerstone of cultural life, the impact of the war in the cultural sector of Ukraine has been profound. As of the 5th of June of this year, UNESCO, in partnership with UNOSAT, has verified the damage of 400 cultural sites. That include 137 religious sites, 191 buildings of historical or artistic interest, 31 museums, 25 monuments, 15 libraries, and 1 archive. Unfortunately, this number is likely to increase as the verification and assessment process continues and until we reach the end of this war. This is why we came together at the Ukraine Recovery Conference in Lugano 2 years ago, in London last year, and we'll be meeting again next week in Berlin. For the first time this year, through this conference and in Berlin, culture has been fully recognized as key component of the recovery. UNESCO has been advocating for the central role of culture in peacekeeping, peace building, humanitarian and security strategies, as well as for sustainable development for a long time. In 2017, the UN Security Council adopted the historic Resolution 2347, the first to be dedicated exclusively to the protection of cultural heritage in conflict. In 2022, many of the ministers that are here participated in the Mondiacult Declaration in Mexico. The international community further reaffirmed the imperative of protecting and promoting human rights and cultural diversity in crisis contexts. Through the CURE framework, Culture in City Reconstruction and Recovery, which we developed together some 3 years ago with the World Bank, we have established a culture-based approach to the specific challenges of cities, reconstruction and recovery in the aftermath of disaster, armed conflict and crisis. Now it has changed. We are acting during the crisis. Culture, you know very well, is what gives recovery a human dimension. As communities emerge from the ashes of war, this is when we witness the power of culture. As Milan Kundera, to whom we recently paid tribute at UNESCO, wrote in the 80s, in the face of conflict, cultural lives grows correspondingly more intense, more important, until culture itself becomes the living value around which all people rely. Today, it is evident that what is threatened in Ukraine is its heritage, its culture, its identity. And by extension, it is also a part of the cultural history of Europe and the world that it is threatened. It is precisely the recognition of the universal value of individual cultures that lies at the core of UNESCO's mandate. And this was also the meaning of the inscription of the historic center of Odessa on the World Heritage List in danger in January of last year. This is also why culture, as a repository of our memories and a source of resilience, makes a transversal contribution to the recovery of a country by contributing to communities' well-being, strengthening social cohesion, and contributing to livelihoods and economic development. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to achieve this objective, to contribute to planning Ukraine's recovery of and through the culture sector building on the letter of intent that was signed in August 2022, UNESCO and the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine, with the active engagement and contribution of international national partners, developed a comprehensive action plan for culture in Ukraine. The action plan is structured around 6 priorities to address key challenges and needs, as well as prepare and plan for short, medium, and long-term strategies for the recovery of the culture sector, building it back better, together, and more resilient than ever. Finally, I wish to say that today's conference is really an opportunity to place culture at the center of Ukraine's recovery. More than 100 years ago, Ivan Franko, one of the greatest Ukrainian poets and writers, wrote, "Culture is the bridge that connects hearts and minds across borders. It transcends politics and war, reminding us of our shared humanity." For the past 2 years, UNESCO and all our collaborators has witnessed the great determination of Ukrainian people to safeguard their culture amid war and crisis. Culture helps to make communities resilient, giving them strength in even the most challenging time and traumatic. It is our shared responsibility to maintain our commitment to an effective and coordinated response and to stand with the Ukrainian people. Let's honor their extraordinary efforts and protect our shared cultural heritage for resilience, peace, and the future. And only to finish, let me tell you that more diversity is more peace for the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Otone. Thank you, Also for Prime Minister of Ukraine, Mr. Denis Michal, and Prime Minister of the Republic of Lithuania, Ms. Ingrida Šimonytė, for opening addresses and very important messages for the start of this day. And now we are preparing for session 1 of this conference, but before we start session 1, let me make a little reminder. Countries and international partners that wish to be included on the list of co-sponsors of the Vilnius Call for Action Declaration to be adopted at the end of session 2 this afternoon are kindly invited to contact the organizers of the conference by email or taking directly to the organizers. You may find the responsible desk on the right of the conference hall in so-called gray room. I hope you all know what's gray room is in this building. And now we are starting the session 1, taking stock and identifying recovery needs. And my pleasure and honor to introduce Krista Pikat. Ms. Krista Pikat, Director, Culture and Emergencies Entity, UNESCO. She will moderate this session. So over to you, Ms. Pikat.
A very warm welcome to everybody. It is a pleasure and an honor for me to steer you through this morning's session on behalf of UNESCO. And as our Assistant Director General said, the aim of this session is really to pave the way to the Berlin conference and make a case about culture, why culture matters for resilience, why culture matters for recovery. As was said, UNESCO and UNISAT have been monitoring damage to the culture sector in Ukraine as far as the tangible heritage is concerned from the very beginning of the full-scale invasion in February 2022. As of today, we have verified 400 sites as being partially or entirely damaged. But it's not only about tangible heritage, it's also about communities who have lost access to their places of worship, who can no longer practice their traditions. It's about artists who have lost their livelihoods. So it's really a very comprehensive approach to culture that we are promoting at UNESCO together with our multiple partners. And it's also, of course, to speak about the role of culture, the force of culture, to provide people with normalcy in situations of conflict and emergency. So we will be speaking about all of that this morning. And our first speaker is Honorable Acting Minister Rostislav Karandiev, whose presentation will touch upon culture during the war, but also the flagship and priority areas defined by the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine. So the floor is yours.
Доброго дня, шановні колеги.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen and colleagues. I'm honored to congratulate the representatives of countries and the ministers as well, representatives of international organizations that are solidary with us and that are helping solving the issues that are currently arising in Ukraine. Sir Otone, in your person as well. Today I'm representing the country that has forged its unique identity, not for a couple of years, but for centuries, is fighting for its independency. We are constantly facing the challenges, protecting our national identity. However, today is a critical moment when the challenge exists not only to the existence of Ukrainian government, Ukrainian country, but also representing the ethnos of Ukrainians. Since the enemy, the Russian Federation, today is fighting for total destruction of Ukrainians as such. Ukrainian culture, Ukrainian identity, the difference which today is represented in Ukrainians. The imperial policy means not only grasping the territories, not only the looting of the resources of the new lands, but also taking subjugation of the nations that live there, changing the perception of the people and completely taking over their cultural identity and uniqueness. However, is this problem only a Ukrainian one? And I would like to offer to you, colleagues, and to the people of all countries to feel the issues of Ukraine as the problem of all international partnership and community. Ukrainian culture is not only the culture of Ukraine. It is part of the international cultural heritage. And if today we're losing Ukrainian identity as such, we're also losing Ukrainian culture, and it means that it's being lost by the world as well. Therefore, it is obvious that in the messages, and you should, dear colleagues, speak about the fact that providing the support to Ukraine, you are not helping to someone who lives on the territory, on a specific territory on European continent. You're also helping the part of the people that live in the world that are different, however, are also part of the big cultural world process. We require this support today. We need help. We cannot do it on our own. And not only in the military sphere, the important is the support using weapons, humanitarian processes, and other, but also we need the specific support for cultural sphere. It is important that in the decisions of the governments of the world, in the decisions of international organizations, the presence of culture is there. And understanding that in the scope of this support for which we are grateful, but there is also a dedicated sector that is granted for the cultural needs. What is the priority in our country? No doubt, the protection of our territories and our people, but it is important so that we can protect ourselves as Ukrainians. So it is logical to combine in the means of financial and other scopes to combine these dimensions, these sectors, both in military and also restoration and protecting Ukrainian culture. We're losing, and Ms. Prime Minister of the Republic of Lithuania and Mr. Otona, they have identified clearly that today the war is not being held in the informational area. It's not Cold War, it is hot war, active war. We're losing something that probably would never be restored is the cultural points. We can restore them in the primary projects. However, historical meaning of them will be lost. Today, we have identified over 1,080 cultural heritage sites, either damaged or completely destroyed. We have been losing the objects of contemporary representation, and these objects have been also damaged or destroyed. Over 2,000. We're losing also not only the buildings, but also the museums and different objects in the museums, but not only because the Russians are looting our collections on the occupied territories, and also because we ourselves need to find the way for the cultural treasures to store them elsewhere. That is why we have a very specific challenge in front of us. And it has become crucial to us with the beginning of the full-scale invasion where to store those artifacts. On the territory of Ukraine today, we're feeling a deficit of funds, of storage, where we can store the objects, the museum items, and the museums that currently work on relatively peaceful territories. Unfortunately, this is a striking problem on the territories. It would be one of the subjects of our today's discussion, and hopefully which will bring your attention as well, regarding the investment that you would be willing to contribute to help Ukraine. We're losing the objects of cultural heritage that were stolen by the enemy. Yes, we do not know of their fate. We do not know what is currently happening on the occupied territories. And hopefully someday, and I need to say maybe in this case, they would be returned. The actions of looting and stealing have started happening even during the Second World War. And when we're talking about what will happen to the objects that are located on these temporarily occupied territories, we don't know what will happen to them, but hopefully we will be able to return them. And today with UNESCO, we're starting these actions in order to do that already. There's activities regarding the extradition of these objects as well, and we're hopefully going to return them back to Ukraine. We're already starting this. I would like to identify also the importance not only to take care of and supporting the objects, and but also helping the human resources. We're losing the people who are sharing Ukrainian culture, the artists, culturologists, those without whom it's impossible to continue the cultural processes. Some started fighting. They took the weapons and started fighting. Some left the country, and they got a new challenge, whether it is possible for them, while being temporarily relocated, refugee, if I may say, to continue being the representative of cultural processes. So that is why, for the governments and municipalities to continue supporting Ukraine and provide the opportunities for the representatives of Ukraine to find this important means of continuing doing what they were doing before the war has started and continue working by their profession in art and sharing their culture. It is important to support Ukrainian culture, identity, both in themselves and also in the communities that are numerous and are represented in many countries of Europe, the United States of America, Canada, etc. How to act during the wartime, what to do? We have to restructure our cultural processes, not on development, but on the preservation. Do we have governmental resources for that? No, we do not. It's not a secret that the funds that we're collecting as taxes, they are being distributed for the military needs, and we have to spend this money for the military needs. On what account does the Ukrainian culture live along other spheres? It's only by the help of the different organizations of the world. We're not asking with an extended hand, but we are collecting donations as the means of fighting off the values of the whole world. The front line is not the line between the Ukraine and Russia, but it is the front line between the people who are sharing the collective values, European values, and the barbarian values. The quality and delicacy is not to be taken into consideration right now. There is no gray area. We are only seeing the black and white at this point, and that is important. And in the cultural sphere, it is also important to consider that and to do so. I would like to say about the Russian representation. How can a person that disregards completely the values sitting at the same table in UNESCO, someone who is destroying the culture? We understand that these are very difficult processes to take care of. Diplomacy is a very delicate thing, but we need to speak about it and we need to act on it. Support and action from the organizations is crucial for us. So it is a phrase from the...
We would like it if the partners who have supported us in the recent years, and especially in the last 2 years, would confirm their dedication to Ukraine and would have a bigger opportunity to help us. An organization which, of course, is UNESCO. We would like it if the processes that we are conducting right now would have a moderator as strong as UNESCO, having a permanent liaison in our country. Can we speak about development now? Yes, we can. Today, in Ukraine, we have a unique rise of theatrical, musical, art action. The people want to participate. And for example, the basement of the theater is reserved for shelters. Not only the museums offer interesting exhibitions, but also people need culture as a representative for their inner sustainability and strength. We ask you to not stand aside and support global and local initiatives. We spoke to the organizers of the conference with a request to share the information about the projects that we are ready to offer. It's mostly infrastructural projects, but also some of them underline the importance of human capital. We ask of you, colleagues, what is interesting for you and what are you ready to contribute on Ukraine? Because in each sphere, we are ready to give some propositions, but obviously we have some priorities. As I said, one of the priorities is the building, the creation of a center where we could keep, store the objects so that they don't get destroyed. Some of the objects are still left underground, and this is the challenge that we face today. We have to find a place where our material cultural heritage could be protected. Which ones of you could contribute to this? We will be very grateful to you. In Ukraine, we have a center, National Center of Restoration. It has a vital function of restoring our national cultural heritage. But the question of restoration is bigger than the actions of one center. We have to ensure that the work, the processes of restoration would happen on the whole territory of Ukraine, which is impossible to ensure now because a lot of people have changed their profession or moved abroad. But this year, we face a big shortage of experts that can share their knowledge in the sphere of restoration. There are students, but no one is there to teach them. So we ask you to become part of this process through master classes, through implementing new restoration processes in Ukraine and sharing your knowledge and experience. The creative sector of Ukraine is very important today, and we are ready to offer investors profitable processes. A few weeks ago, as you know, a missile strike was carried out in Kharkiv. It was a printing house that provided a big part of books for the learning processes of Ukrainians. And this is a big problem that we face today. We lack typographic resources, and these processes can be carried out in western parts of Ukraine. If we have enough investment, we can ensure that the processes, the creative processes, are still going on even in times of war. Shelters. We are in need of relocating our processes into shelters. So these hubs are also one of our priorities. The ability to create the conditions necessary for such processes. For example, in Dnipro, the opera theater, thanks to the municipality of Vilnius, there will be able to create a space underground for 500 people so that the cultural services can still be carried out. Coming back to the beginning of my speech, I would like to again repeat the fact that today we are not apart from you. We are not separate from you. We are a part of the European family. And in the same way that we support our families, we ask you to consider the things that we tell you. We are part of the world and hopefully soon part of the European political union. And today, the question of Ukrainian culture, the possibility that we can lose the Ukrainian culture and identity would be a very big loss for the whole world. And understanding that aggression is being accepted in the world right now. So, thanks to you, dear colleagues, to the organizers of this conference, the government and Ministry of Culture of Lithuania, I ask you to remain impartial, remain involved in our problems, involved in helping us to conserve our cultural processes, and soon to open your borders for tourists from the whole world who can come and see for whom and why people in the whole world gave away part of their funds, their time, and their hearts. Thank you for your support. Slava Ukraini. Glory to Ukraine.
Thank you, Minister, for this very comprehensive overview. Let us now move on, and what we would like to bring to your attention is actually the work that UNESCO has done as part of the UN family based in Kiev. The World Bank, the United Nations, and the European Union jointly have conducted rapid damage and needs assessment, actually 3 times already, of the needs of different sectors. And of course, as far as culture sector is concerned, UNESCO has been at the lead, and I'm very pleased to now give the floor over to our head of the UNESCO Liaison Office in Ukraine, Ms. Chiara Tezzi Bardesci. My dear colleague, over to you.
Dobre den, and thank you, Krista, for giving me the floor. We have the presentation, good. So the Russian full-scale invasion on 24 February 22 and the consequent war have indeed already demonstrated that vast impact that will last for generations to come throughout all the sectors. And the war has indeed causes already civilian casualties and hardship, damage to infrastructure and productive assets, and disruption of economy, including the social infrastructure where culture is located. Few figures at December 23. An estimate of 6 million of people are registered as refugees in Europe. At least 3.7 million people are reported to be internally displaced in Ukraine. Since the invasion, as partial figure verified, we have more than 10,000 civilians who have lost their lives. Many are injured or had to flee the country. Poverty and job. Yes, thank you. I will do myself. Huh? Okay. Poverty and jobs are a crucial issue today. And culture is also an area where is severely impacted through all its domains. The we must protect people. This is what the acting Minister of Culture and Information of Ukraine has said and has already, in a way, sketched needs, figures. As Christ has mentioned, I was asked to provide you with an overview of process, but also figures at macro level that are underpinning the 6 areas of the action plan and also the priorities that have been already presented. And since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, already 3 cycles of rapid damage and need assessment, RDNA, have been conducted in Ukraine. And this is collectively done based on the request of government and generally based on a consolidated methodology using different type of data, when possible using satellite imagery analysis, sometimes when data is not available, as for instance in the case of calculating the impact on people, on creative sector, is using estimates, models, extrapolations to have and to define these aspects. In Ukraine, as I said, the 3 already cycle is done. The first was initiated already 6 months after the beginning of the full-scale invasion in August and published in September 22. The first appraisal was initiated and produced by World Bank, EU, with the government of Ukraine, and already gave the first snapshot of figures that we will see shortly. The second was conducted in February, March 23, meaning 1 year after the beginning of the full-scale invasion, and the third has been conducted almost 2 years after, at December 23. For both exercise, according to the methodology, United Nations has also joined this appraisal, and UNESCO in particular has been coordinating the assessment for the sector of culture and tourism from UN side, together with the government, Ukrainian professionals, and also the Kyiv School of Economics that has been, in a way, through all the sectors, giving homogeneous, I would say, criteria for calculations in Ukraine. In these slides, you have a snapshot on comparison of the outcome of these 3 appraisals. Micro level, I repeat, we are working at micro level figures, and actually you will see the overall direct damages for throughout all sectors that has been actually steadily increasing from the first RDNA till the latest one in December, RDNA 3, where actually the damage have been reached 152 billion US dollars, with housing, transport, commerce and industries, agriculture, energy the most affected in terms of physical assets, and culture as a sector is currently reaching 3.5 billion in terms of assets through all out categories, meaning historic cities, monuments, buildings with historic and cultural values, but also museums as a repository of collections, cultural institutions throughout the country, and also communal and community infrastructures which are fundamental for practices of intangible cultural heritage. The losses equally, and where you will notice that during the three exercises in the cultural sector, the losses have been reaching now 19.6 billion. I would like to particularly invite you to reflect on these figures, because here is also where people and human impact is, hearing where all communities' resilience is placed. And I also would like to highlight that these figures, it's currently the highest in terms of losses when looking at social infrastructures in general. So it's very significant. And lastly, recovery and reconstruction needs that also have been increasing steadily from the RDNA 1 with 349 billion at the general level for all sectors to 486. Culture today is reaching almost 9 billion in terms of needs. And we will look more in particular in this. Indeed, there is a continuous increase of damage since the previous exercise. Only from February 23, RDNA 2, and December 23, you can see that we have an increase recorded of 33%. And this is only what is documented. We do not still have access to many areas, with more than 1,400 new damaged assets. But in terms of needs, more than 30%. This increase is due to new heritage assets damage, but also of some of very specific actions, and in particular the destruction of Kakhovka Dam in the southern part of Ukraine, that per se has caused to the cultural sector 364 million in terms of needs to restore the sectors. And all creative sectors, all intangible cultural heritage in this part of Ukraine is today still to be fully assessed in a way as long-term perspective in terms of impact, and tremendously impacted. You have on this slide the house of a prominent artist, Paulina Orejo, which have been impacted, as you can see, by the flooding consequent to the destruction, but the dam destruction has also caused problem upstream with actually the dispersion of water and the dryness of the basin, letting emerge and putting at risk of looting, and also in terms of conservation of many assets. 6 June 2023, and just 1 year ago. Other repeated attacks, also including from summer 23 to World Heritage sites and their buffer zones. Here you have an image on the historic building in Strivska Street in Lviv, buffer zone, in July, causing the temporary relocation of more than 54 households still waiting to re-enter in their apartments. Odessa, that has been repeatedly attacked, and only few images of 20 and 23rd of July, House of Scientists, and some of the buildings in Prozhovenska and the Transfiguration Cathedral in Odessa, which is a community religious important assets. More recently, the theater in Chernihiv. We have already given these figures in terms of damages to physical assets. This is for more internal, I would say, breakdown of this figure of 3.5 of damage in the sector. Most damaged oblast, Kharkiv, Donetsk, and Luhansk Oblast. Losses throughout the sector, we have already mentioned that they reach almost 20 billion, distributed all across the sectors, including tourism. Recovery and priority needs. We mentioned that in the next 10 years, 9 billion are needed. In this snapshot, you can see also how the type of activities and investments that have been identified at macro level. Based on these investments, the 6 dimensions of the action plan are built and are reflecting this. As I was mentioning, you can see on one side that how cultural needs are fitting within the social infrastructures and how they have an important dividend of this micro level. Of course, in this exercise, there are still some limitations for access to the ground, especially close to frontline, but also in terms of assessing damages to underwater cultural heritage, that it's particularly relevant for a country with 2,700 kilometers of coast. But for the time being, this exercise could not yet account for that, and indeed intangible cultural heritage that still require a further in-depth survey, in particular in terms of community losses. I will close with this slide to enable maybe to clarify this bridge from macro level of the figures that we have mentioned in terms of damages, but also the figures that previously Assistant Director General for Culture has mentioned in terms of verified assets by UNESCO in cooperation with UNOSAT, today reaching 400 sites, and that it's a level of remote and on-field verifications, and verifications that are also acquainted within this macro level assessment that RDNA is doing, where these figures at December corresponding only to 341 damaged sites are corresponding to almost 14% of this global figure. So this is also to show how this work is something that is continuously in progress. And we would like really also to thank all partners and Ukrainian professionals, ministries, and all partners who have been enabled this exercise, and that we are continuing to support and to nurture these figures. Without the figures, as you know, it's impossible to account for, but also to plan for the future, and this is the principle of the exercise. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chiara, and thank you all the UN colleagues, but also the other actors who are there at the side of the Ukrainian people. Let us then dig further deeper into the action plan that has been mentioned on many occasions. I wanted to refer you to the fact sheets that you have probably found in your folders, and that correspond, it's a simplified version of our action plan, which is a big and complicated table that we've been working on together with our international and national actors and under the leadership of the Ministry of Culture and UNESCO. And what I wanted to say is that it's important to understand that this action plan, of course, is a living document. So we update it regularly through meetings that we convene, either for all actors involved in the culture sector or then zooming in on specific areas. I also understand that some of you have come forward and said that what we have indicated in the action plan resonates strongly with the activities that you have done bilaterally in Ukraine. And I wanted to really extend an invitation to all of you to come forward and join this effort, because as has been said previously, coordination and synergies is so important, because of course the needs are very high, and it's very important that we do not duplicate and that we really channel our efforts where the needs are highest. So a big thanks to everyone, all our partners and all those who have been engaged. We have now the privilege of having on the scene a panel of 6 representatives of these working groups. And they come, as you will see, from international partners, but also from Ukrainian national and municipal. They are representing the different institutions to give you a flavor of the losses, needs, but also the way forward, as we have been discussing in the framework of our work on the action plan. So please welcome me on the podium, Ms. Natalia Alexeyeva, Deputy Mayor of the city of Lviv. Alexandra Fieberg, Project Manager at International Alliance for the Protection of Heritage in Conflict Areas, ALIF. Mr. Alexander Butsenko, Director of an NGO Development Center, Democracy Through Culture. Mr. Olivier Van Dam, Senior Specialist with the United Nations Satellite Center, UNOSAT. Ms. Yulia Khnat, Director of the Ecosystems Project and Development with Museum of Contemporary Art. And Ms. Sophie Taes, Vice Chair of the European Network Association Management Board. Does this work? Yes, it does. So let me start with Olivier. As has been already mentioned, UNESCO and UNOSAT have now actually worked in many situations of emergencies, including in Ukraine from the very beginning of the war in February 2022. So my question is, looking at this monitoring exercise, which is very large scale, very complex, both in geographical terms as well as a level of destruction and damage. How can we make sure that this work is systematized and that it really paves the way for recovery?
Yes, thank you, Krista, and thank you for the invitation to the government of Lithuania for me being here today. So the issue at stake calls for a great sense of responsibility. And I believe that's a responsibility shared by international actors, but also the donors, national authorities, and all partners willing to give. As you said, it's a huge endeavor to carry this monitoring work, and all goodwill are welcome, but indeed we should all work in partnership with this sense of making sure we converge. I can steal the one slide of Mr. the Minister, who said shared synergies and resources equal productive, and that's actually the essence of this. Now, in a coordinated way, since February 22, indeed, we've been monitoring using satellite imagery, but also documenting the damages together with UNESCO, also using ground data. This platform that we shown, the colleagues Chiara showed, could be also a good repository and basis for helping the different actors converging, making sure that the data are shared, or at least making sure we know each other. Of course, such an event is also an important step towards coordination and making sure we all know each other, what we are doing respectively, and making sure we converge and don't duplicate. And the fact sheets you mentioned is also exactly going in the right direction, in my view, for that. Efficient way, developing methodologies, making sure we all use the same baseline data, for example. We are continuing to digitize all the sites in Ukraine and making sure we have all the same reference, so we don't go into different directions and have different reference points, basically. And for recovery, yes, indeed, this wealth of information we are working on now in the crisis situation will definitely be helpful in documenting for the reconstruction eventually, but also for the legal proceedings and eventual legal action at the international level later. So basically, yes, it's a continuous effort. It's not like we work before, during, or after. It's really having a relentless effort and commitment that will certainly help in making sure that the different stages and interventions are basically leading towards a better future for the Ukrainian cultural sector. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Olivier. Alexandra, you come from ALIF, which is a major fund for the recovery of the culture sector, but also of the response in emergencies. We have seen so many destructions, so many damage, so many movable heritage and collection in distress. I'm sure that you have received an overwhelming number of requests for support. So how do you actually make sure that you cater to the needs that are most urgent? How do you actually draw on the work that we do with UNITAR, identifying the damages, verifying the damages, and how do you ensure coordination among those actors who are working to bring immediate relief and urgency work to the country?
Thank you very much, Christophe, for the very important question. And I would like to give a short and a longer answer afterwards. So the short answer from us is to listen and to work through various networks at the same time and listen to various partners and to act immediately. And for the action that Olivier also mentioned, to do continuous support, I would like to add a sense of urgency that it's important to act now, that the work on the recovery and the reconstruction needs to start at this very moment, and that the title of the working group that we've all been working together with partners that are here, and also I see many of them in the room, that is called, it has a long title, Preventive and Urgent Measures, Repair, Stabilization, Reconstruction and Recovery. So the continuous effort that Olivier mentioned that needs to be addressed in a very urgent matter. Today, the documentation process that has been ongoing with various Ukrainian organizations like Skeiron, 3D digitizing sites all over Ukraine, the work on documenting unregistered heritage as well, which is a big initiative that has started in the Sumy region as well to preserve the to have the insight into the full historic fabric of a region that is at stake, and tapping into all these parts to have the baseline data that then can lead to the action. The continuous, urgent, having at the disposal a continuous system that you can tap into to undertake urgent repairs and stabilizations. This is something that Alif has put in place since 2 years now. We have identified strong partners in various regions that can basically, within the moment something happens, the damage is, say, triangulated with various partners. We can release very quickly funding for first aid response. For example, when the Mikhailo Boychko Kiev State Academy was hit, it was possible within days to have at their disposal first aid materials to block the windows, to secure the perimeter, and to do that in a very quick manner. And I would like to cite one of the key partners in this, which is the Odessa-based NGO Museum of Change. We've been working a lot, I know, also with you and with other partners in the Odessa region, but also in other regions. Then I would also like to highlight the planning mechanisms that I know UNESCO has supported a lot, together with ICOMOS and Chernihiv, or under the Japanese Funds and Trust in Odessa, another major initiative, or the planning initiatives supported by the EU for culture, for the putting culture at the core of municipal development. These are all important elements in this regard. And last but not least, the support to the heritage professionals now, which is providing them with financial support that has gone through local NGOs like the Museum Crisis Center or the Europa Nostra Solidarity Fellowship, implemented also by the Ukrainians, that provides financial support, and at the same time this should be supported by the continuous training opportunities. I know that ICROM is doing regular trainings on the damage assessment and the risk response, as well as other initiatives. I'm looking in the room to look at our French delegation, the putting in place the exchanges for restorers in the country. I think all these efforts together help that we connect now to pave the way for the future.
Thank you, Alexandra. And I would also like to echo the importance of financial means. Alif is an important player in this regard. UNESCO has also been privileged to work with many donors bilaterally. And I would want to thank here, of course, Japan, Spain, the US. We are in discussions with Italy, and we actually have already a project with Italy going on, but also Canada. And there are a number of countries who have also contributed to the Heritage Emergency Fund of UNESCO, which is a pooled multi-donor funding, and that has also allowed UNESCO this flexibility to respond. Now, coming back to the areas of intervention, I want to emphasize that, of course, access to culture is a human right. And the impact of the war, as was previously said, is not only on tangible heritage or collections that suffer. It's also, and perhaps first and foremost, about communities and intangible cultural heritage. So I'm very happy to now turn to Alexander, who is directing the NGO Development Center Democracy Through Culture, and which is also accredited under the UNESCO 2003 Convention for the Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage. Would you
describe to us what are the main challenges, needs, and priorities as far as living heritage is concerned in Ukraine today?
Thank you very much. First, it's really, you speak about intangible cultural heritage in our working group called Strengthening Resilience Through Culture. That is, it deals with wider cultural practices around objects, sites, and tangible cultural heritage. Necessary to say that Ukraine ratified UNESCO Convention 2003 in 2008, and the first element, intangible cultural heritage element from Ukraine, was inscribed in 2013. It was Petrikivka decorative painting. Now we have 5 elements inscribed in international list from Ukraine. 2 of them are in the list of intangible cultural heritage in need of urgent safeguarding. And one of these elements was inscribed after the beginning of the war. It was Ukrainian tradition of Ukrainian borscht cooking, and it was inscribed by special procedure because of the danger of the war. It was one and is one of the several elements inscribed in UNESCO list directly endangered by armed conflict or of the war. I stopped on these elements because of 3 aspects. First of all, it is an element common for all Ukraine, historically and nowadays, for all regions, for all towns, for all villages, for all families, for all. And very diverse in recipes in consuming, in many other things. But it is one element united all Ukrainians, united with all culture around it, oral culture, proverbs, songs, and poems, traditions, and many other. So it's very important to safeguard this element related to Ukraine, and especially in this time. The second aspect is that this element, when we inscribe it, aroused great interest not only in Ukraine, but of all stakeholders in Ukraine. It was an initiative started by Ministry of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine, but supported by many organizations. And it is demonstrated the attitude to intangible cultural heritage in Ukraine. It was created in this time, was created the sector for safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage in the Ministry of Information and of Culture and Information Policy, and many public and non-public organizations, they united around this topic, intangible cultural heritage, as a base for national identity. And the last, it's necessary also thinking about how to move ahead, how to build new policy or new strategy. And this was one of our needs after speaking about needs and losses and necessary measures. Many stakeholders came to a decision that it was important to update or create a law on intangible cultural heritage or for safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage, and taking into the mind the nature of intangible cultural heritage. It's necessary to create holistic strategy, embracing all sectors, including public, non-public, academic, research sectors, as well as all branches, not only culture, but also health, education, environment, and in our case, national security, military, and many other sectors, because it's really could be some holistic strategy for safeguarding intangible cultural heritage. Also on the local level, it could be polycentric governance, using the term coined by Elinor Ostrom, Nobel Prize laureate, how to better organize this governance. It was one of general need. Also, it's necessary to make digitalization, we spoke about it, because now Ukraine has, at the moment, 93 elements inscribed in the national register. Before the war, it was only 26. You can understand this movement of different communities that would like to safeguard the elements. For example, one small community of the town of Avdiivka, Donetsk region, which is now destroyed and occupied by Russia, they displaced to neighboring region, Dnipropetrovsk region, to small town Pavlograd, and started to organize some meeting of refugees from their small community. Meeting where they represent one of the elements inscribed in the national register now. It's Avdiivka porridge. It's a dish which used for memorial and celebration of festive aims. And starting from this meeting, they now going around Ukraine meeting with all refugees. And now they executed the project, Porridge that travels Ukraine. During this meeting, they not only taste the porridge, they speak stories about their cities. About the city of Avdiivka was created in 17th century. It was Cossack shelter of Zaporizhia army. And then it was very interesting history, but also related to Stalin times and many migration. But now the young people from this Avdiivka are very proud of their intangible heritage. So it's very important now to think about capacity building, how to manage their intangible cultural heritage on a local level, and how to transmit knowledge. For transmitting knowledge, we have finished one project which is called Teaching and Learning with Living Heritage. Here you see one picture from this project. And if you want, we can now send electronic version of our kit. It will be published within, it is published, but will be launched within 2 weeks, as well as it's necessary to collect different experience and lessons from our how we safeguard in emergencies intangible cultural heritage. And in this case, I can also send you to one issue dedicated to intangible cultural heritage of Ukraine in emergencies. The magazine Ethnologists from Canada, it also is published. And if you want, we can send you electronic version. It will be launched within 3 days in Paris. Thanks. I would like to speak.
I think we realize your passion, and thanks for sharing that. I would like to also move on to somewhat related area and speak about artists and creative industry. We know that globally, of course, creative industry is a very important and growing sector in terms of employment, and in particular as regards young people, and this is why I think it's interesting. So Yulia, you come from Museum of Contemporary Art of Ukraine. Could you give us a sense of the creative industry sector and artists in Ukraine, and why should we actually be worried about that sector in the middle of the war?
Thank you. Our organization has a complex framework of activities, and we have museum identity focusing on a new kind of professional institution, museum institution in Ukraine, but also we have Ukrainian Emergency Art Fund as a sub-entity, and since 2022 we have a lot of experience regarding working with artists and cultural workers and supporting them and their activities. And now we are working on a new approach to guiding for artists and cultural workers, together with one of our international partners. Key point in this process is that unsafety is not localized in Ukraine only, on a physical territory of invasion by Russian aggression. Unsafety is worldwide now. So we are trying to take into account the Ukrainian experience, but not to limit ourselves to the Ukrainian point of view. And our case includes inside and outside country aspects of unsafety. The experience of Ukraine and the international community in the conditions of the Russian war since 2014 and 2022 should be analyzed and integrated into the international practices of guides for artists, cultural workers, and institutions. So regarding inside country challenges, I would highlight personal level, it's understandable, surviving and living, and evacuation, relocation, dignity, mental health, basic resources, digital safety and unsafety, documenting threats, etc. We have professional level of challenges, preserving, evacuation, relocation of artworks, continuing practice, development, and we have citizenship level of challenges. It means relations with authorities, defense forces, volunteering, fundraising for military and humanitarian needs, veterans' experience, and other issues. So our experience shows us that besides emergency challenges, first needs, we should also consider documentation and reflection as important needs in the situation of surviving. Continuing cultural practices and keeping strategic perspectives as needs of living. We see this strange circle, causal circle. To survive, we shouldn't just keep surviving, but we should keep living. Just one example, in the framework of our Reconnection UA project, which we conduct with support of UNESCO, we have received 129 applications from 22 regions on amount to more than $2 million. Only 14 projects on amount of $140,000 were supported. It shows us the difference between need and capacity. And regarding outside country challenges, we need to develop proper responses on issues for this kind of challenges. We mean propaganda, dealing with smear campaigns, counter-narratives, whitewashing, both-siding, colonial and other kind of framing, blind spots, boycotting, unsafe events formats, institutional and professional communities approaches, organizational structures, etc. The danger of identitarian art ghetto, short attention span, assimilation, and the challenge of preserving connections with native culture. Regarding the nature of our cultural practices, I can mention that there was a pressure of challenge for artists and cultural workers, how to be useful in move of whole society towards victory, but not to be instrumentalized. How to be not information campaign or kind of semantic weapon, but to be culture in its deepest meaning. The Ukrainian cultural sector is rethinking culture and cultural practices and processes, updating and I would even say revitalizing ties between people, culture and heritage. We have a lot of challenges in memory culture, working with memory and memorialization issues. We should develop a new language in our memorialization, how to speak about our experience in this war, how articulate and represent it, in which words and forms, to cut ties with Soviet approaches. And because how to implement inclusive model properly, a model which is relevant to our case, because we are in an ongoing large-scale war. We haven't time distance to the event. We are in the hot heart of this. Memory work for us means paying respect, coping and healing, and one of pillars of justice. We should consider and deal with aspects of this war as a genocide on a cultural basis. I'm referring to the original concept by Raphael Lemkin, the distinguished legal scholar who coined the term genocide in 1943 and who authored the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide approved by General Assembly of the United Nations. Ukrainian cultural heritage and law professionals are working on highlighting mechanisms, blind spots, and preparing proper documentation to talk about it with proper arguments, A lot of issues should be addressed in this field and not in Ukraine only. Large-scale problem needs large-scale responses. At the end of my speech, I would like to say, let's keep in mind that there are not only speaking heads in Ukraine, but thinking heads also. Let's do care and be curious.
Thank you. Elia, you come from the city of Lviv. And I think Lviv is really at the forefront when it comes to cities that recognize the importance of creativity. Lviv is on the World Heritage List, but it's also a UNESCO Creative City. And it's remarkable that when we fielded the first mission to Ukraine, the mayor of the city actually told us, we need UNESCO in Lviv, and they expressed interest in establishing what we now call the culture hub in Lviv. So it's a center that is now financed by Spain that really serves as a platform for training and also for communities to recognize the importance of culture and arts. Why do you think Lviv attaches so much importance to culture?
Hello, thank you, Krista. I just want to start with, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference, the Ministry of Culture of Lithuania, UNESCO, and the Ministry of Culture of Ukraine, all the international partners for supporting Ukraine, for supporting humanity, dignity, and freedom. And as for me, as representative from Lviv, I am particularly pleased to meet with the friends of Ukraine here in our twin city, Vilnius. So this is also the effect of the war, the opportunity to be heard and the opportunity to build strong relations for the benefit of whole Europe and whole world. So maybe there is no culture without people. So sad as it may sound, the war is also a culture of violence, fear, and lies. So therefore, only through truth, courage, and unity can we battle, can we fight, can we win this battle of cultures. So I hope, I do believe that even today our European partners are considering the usage of their air force, air defense system to strengthen the security, at least the part of Ukraine, because it also will strengthen and speed up the recovery of cultural institution, will increase cultural links. So despite all this, the cultural institution in our city and the whole Ukraine managed to survive during these 2 years only because of building links on the local level, city to city, institution to institution. And even today, this support and interest in Ukraine also helps our cultural institution to set up these connections with international partners. Lviv, as a city in the western part of Ukraine, not only became a refugee for hundreds of thousands of the displaced people, but we also managed to host a dozen of cultural projects. Speaking about the stone embroideries of New Kakhovka, it is still now occupied city. The wooden lace of Chernihiv, the art, the photo exposition of shelled Kharkiv, the center of I am Mariupol. And even today, while we are here, in Lviv started a new exhibition exhibition of the Kherson Museum of Contemporary Art. It's a private museum. The founder of this museum, Vyacheslav Moshevets, disappeared in October 2022 in Kherson. And we are lucky that now Kherson is deoccupied, and we can say some words about this Kherson and their artists. This exhibition now about practical examples in local level. Concerning this exhibition, it is held and exhibited in the Municipal Art Center. And this is the cultural institution in Lviv that in recent years has actively developed a lot of links, a lot of networks connection, and trying to connect all Ukrainian artists and Ukrainian cultural institution and exhibit it in their space. And another project you've been heard today through the speakers from UNESCO about Lviv Cultural Hub, supported by UNESCO, by Spain, and also by Lviv City Council and Minister of Culture of Ukraine. It started during the war, the last year, but we hope it will be a nice platform for connecting cultural institutions, for strengthening their abilities and their abilities of the cultural leaders in Ukraine, and to connect cultural institutions in Ukraine and Europe and in the world. And finally, speaking about the Lviv culture, I brought some visits. You can take this one on the table just to get some email address. And finally, the Lviv city, and it is the top priority for local authority and also for national level, concerning also our top project concerning the building the unbroken ecosystem. It's a system of the spaces, institution, services that we need to bring, and we are trying to bring to our new groups, vulnerable groups. I am talking about the veterans, civilians, children that are affected from the Russian aggression. And also you can see some information about this unbroken community and unbroken spaces and services we are trying to bring to our citizens and to citizens of Ukraine, because we hosted a lot of IDPs and a lot of trying to rehabilitate a lot of veterans and also civilians. So this also local institution, but institution that affects all over Ukraine and not only Ukraine. And now this unbroken system is also it being developed through some kind of networks, unbroken cities, and this networks has also for today has been joined by a lot of cities. I mean Manchester, Liverpool, Freiburg, Würzburg, Oslo, and a lot of, and it's still increasing. So to summarize, because these examples, local projects, are really important not only for our citizens, but for cultural and development cultural relations and institution, because even speaking about this new vulnerable groups, I mean veterans, victims of this Russian aggression, we couldn't manage to integrate these groups without culture, without cultural institution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Natalia. A quick word back to Alexandra, and because we spoke about museums and libraries, but museums and libraries are houses of collections. So what about the movable heritage, and where are the bottlenecks and challenges there? Just 2 minutes, please.
You don't give me a lot of time. Thank you, Krista. Yes, the challenges and bottlenecks for movable heritage. For us, one of the biggest questions that we ask ourselves and that we discuss with many of our partners is how to continue to maintain a flexible and continuous emergency mechanism in a sustained manner over now already 2.5 years, and with unfortunately no end in sight, and how to sustain it financially, operationally, and humanly. Natalia, I have great admiration for all the museum workers in local institutions who work, and Irina and Alexandra as well, who work every day in full commitment despite the regular air alerts, the energy blackouts, the constant fear of the military action. So how to sustain this in all these 3 dimensions? And while keeping open this kind of emergency response mechanism, we also have to keep in mind the medium term. Many of the protection measures, the evacuation processes within Ukraine of the collections, they were carried out in emergency mode. And as Minister Karandeev already said, there's a continued and increasing need for more storage spaces. ALIF has been supporting also with a generous funding from the European Union's Instrument of Foreign Policy, the upgrading of more than 10 temporary storage spaces. And as the front lines, they continue to extend, there's a bigger need there, so we will continue to work also in this sense. And then I also wanted to highlight something that has already been hinted at by various previous speakers on the digitization of the inventory books, the collections, the archives. I think this is an important investment now, but that will also go, that will be a very good investment into the future. And here I wanted to briefly highlight the archives, the archive sector. With the support of the US State Department and the US Ambassadors Fund, as well as the Getty Foundation, we're working together with the Ukraine State Archival Service and the International Council of Archives to really provide a kind of structured support to the archives in various regions, from regional archives to smaller university archives, museum archives. And I think it's also important to have this very sustainable input in.
Thank you very much. Indeed, inventorying, documentation, digital, and that's why this is why the microphones are getting all tired. This is why digital transformation is also one of the priority areas for our support to the Ministry of Culture. And we are happy to have with us also Sophie from the Europeana Network. And what I would like to ask of Sophie is that, of course, digitization is about documentation, inventorying, and we need to make sure that Ukraine has a very in-depth knowledge about all the resources and cultural property that is out there. But it's also obvious that it must be a challenge in a context of the war to respond to this overwhelming support and different initiatives coming from our international actors. So can you share some approaches that have worked of how we can bring actually all these different initiatives together under the Ministry of Culture umbrella, and in light also of their ambitious plan to have a cultural heritage monitoring platform, and how we can show this sustainability, because the funds are here now, the desire of the international community to help is here now, but then what?
Well, I think first and foremost, I would like to refer to what's happening in Europe in the galaxy of digital cultural heritage, namely the emerging data space that is specifically dedicated to this area, to cultural heritage collections. This is ongoing as we speak, so Europeana has been awarded the contract of being the steward of that data space by the European Commission, and we are deploying that digital realm. It's more than an infrastructure, it's more than data, than tools, than services, it's all of that together and more. But what my lesson learned would be at this point, we're in the second year of the contract, we, as a part of that contract, are also trying to support Ukrainian colleagues in their digital efforts wherever and whenever we can. I think a key lesson learned and a key takeaway is the adage, nothing about us without us. So I do not think that we can develop an integrative strategy for the digital transformation of the sector, whether that's within Ukraine or on a pan-European or even a global level, if we don't consult extensively the stakeholder communities involved. So in the digital, it's my firm conviction and Europeana's firm conviction that never ever has there been such a momentum for true diversity and true inclusivity when it comes to cultural experiences. So to make that happen, we need to consult and to open gateways for participation for as many stakeholders as we can, cultural heritage institutions, but I would say all down to the communities and the individual citizens even. So if everybody is consulted, can curate, can contribute, can share, can participate, I think then we're developing and implementing a successful digital strategy. A second thing that I would say is another adage, if you want, or a proverb, which is l'union fait la force. Together we stand. We express our strong solidarity with our Ukrainian colleagues, but we also need to think of this motto in a networked sense of the proverb. So it's been said here, we don't want to duplicate efforts, we need to create synergies, we need to multiply our impact within the digital cultural heritage field, and we're only going to do it if we get a much better view of what it is that all the initiatives, all the networks, all the ecosystems are currently working on. And I must admit, we are not there yet. We are working towards that horizon every single day. Why is this important? Because at a very early stage of this branch of the work, we need to be clear on standards, on frameworks, on protocols, on workflows. The more we succeed in aligning those before investing, before launching publicly, the more we will manage to open up our umbrella for bigger efforts than what each could do or achieve on their own. And then finally, I already talked about an integrative and an integrated strategy. I think this is key. So also with Europeana and the European Commission, we do not see a digital strategy as something that you should carve in stone and then be very happy with your work. No, things are evolving so fastly that we can only think of this as a direction of travel, right? A roadmap for a certain journey that we might have to re-steer when new technologies emerge, new trends manifest, or situations under dire stress occur. So I would say that at the end of those horizons should be the citizens and the community's well-being. And therefore I consider it our joint responsibility to help our colleagues in Ukraine to not only design, but also implement and to govern their own digital strategy in a larger global cultural digital pact.
Excellent. And this also gives meaning to the action plan and the working group discussions to make sure that we keep this ultimate aim of having a strategic vision in mind.
Yes, one that plays on both sides. So there's already so many resources out there, so many connections, so many insights and key takeaways that we could tap into, but we need to do it according to the needs that the cultural heritage sector in Ukraine is expressing, right? We don't want to bring anything to the table that in the end is not of any use.
I will come back to you, Sophie, in a minute to ask where these good strategies are and whether we have any good examples. But before you mentioned something that also made me think of the work that we do with UNOSAT, using the high-tech technology, satellite images to document damage and confirm damage. But you mentioned the importance of communities. So Olivier, in our work, where are the communities and how can we make sure that this information, this effort is also owned by the communities and how can they contribute? Is there a way?
Yes, thank you, Krista. Yes, the technology is an enabler. It won't replace the political will and it's to enable who? To enable the people. And we are here to support the affected people. So it's key indeed we do that with them so they can grow the ownership and this work is sustained over time. So the UN Satellite Center I work with is a program of the UN Institute for Training and Research. So training, capacity development, knowledge exchange is key in my view. In the fall last year, we delivered a training to about 20 professionals of the cultural sector of Ukraine in Lviv. And I believe that's a first good step and we should continue towards that. So to make sure that we anchor any technical solution into into responsible authorities in Ukraine with Ukrainian people. So to illustrate that, we right away, about a year ago, embedded a Ukrainian professional in our team to ensure we also have this local knowledge component into our work plans and actions. Working with these professionals also, because more and more I mentioned management and knowledge sharing. Technology is back. Yeah, thank you. But we have our experience. We built over years. Text. But we'll replace the local knowledge, and it's bringing this together, which makes a difference. So yes, capacity development, knowledge exchange is key, and and targeting the local people. Gender aspects of it are important, especially in such a context. But we can see here that it's not very much an issue, I believe, in the case of Ukraine. But yeah, it's an important aspect, I believe.
Thank you, Olivier. And our microphones are signaling to us that we don't have much time left. Just quickly, Sophie, back to you and the digital transformation agenda, which in a way doesn't sound as a kind of really a priority, but then it is in the context of the war, very much so. And we mentioned this, the importance of interoperability of these databases that are set up with support from different actors. So can you think of any good examples of other countries, and to what extent we actually need to aspire towards a centralized system rather than coordinated system?
Well, the data space paradigm is very much about decentralization, right? And if you translate that back to operations, to how networks work, how cultural heritage institutions work, it's all about reinvesting agency and drawing the accountability line in a different place than it was in the past. So we definitely fully commit to this coordinated but decentralized approach in which aggregation, for instance, of digital content can happen from cultural heritage institutions towards a platform, a portal, a space such as the one that Europeana operates today. So objects can appear in an aggregated, in a global context without the actual governance and the sovereignty, the data sovereignty of the cultural heritage institutions being at risk here. I think this is an important, strategy to keep in mind for where we move to in the digital. I think it's something that emerged from 2 decades of work by Europeana that we really see as a key lesson learned. And if we can help our Ukrainian colleagues in implementing that somehow and integrating that in their strategy, then we'll be very, very happy to do so. Maybe what I want to add, Krista, if I may, just 2 or 3 final considerations on what we believe that we could bring to the table very concretely. I think we need to make a gaps analysis in what is already available in terms of learning resources to build capacity and to expand digital literacy according to the needs that our Ukrainian colleagues are feeling. So let's see what's already there, let's see what's needed and currently unavailable, and let's invest our efforts in developing such materials and trainings. Secondly, indeed, when it comes to decentralization, I think we need to take it to next level, right? But we can't do it without a networked approach. So these might seem two contradictory forces, a bit of convergence and a bit of divergence, but I believe that they can be mutually reinforcing. And this is something that definitely with UNESCO and Europeana, we will be able to give some body to. And then finally, I would really plea here to not forget that behind all those digital data and infrastructures and interfaces, that in the end, it's all about the stories. It's the stories that matter, the stories that form the connectors between people, between communities, whether that's within Ukraine, beyond, into Europe, into the world. We need to empathize with one another over memories that we share and feelings that we recognize. So I would say that digital cultural collections as well are an ideal storytelling vehicle, and let's not keep the data, hidden somewhere in a digital chamber for safeguarding it. Let's also use it already today to keep people aware of what's happening in our world's communities and especially what's happening with the colleagues in Ukraine.
Thank you very much, Sophie. Natalia, coming now to Lviv Culture Hub, which is a platform for building capacities. Sophie mentioned the needs in terms of capacity building as far as digitalization is concerned. What are the other needs?
So maybe we need to speak the language of facts. So I just want to mention that, and it is already mentioned here today, that Lviv is a UNESCO city in the broadest sense of this word. I mean not only the inscription of the World Heritage List, I mean also not only the City of Literature, I mean Creative City Network, and also Learning City. We have already joined it last year. Besides, in addition, in 2022, Lviv won the right to be the European Youth Capital 2025. And we also we have a plan to apply also to be the culture capital of Europe. I mention this because this is the facts that already exist. And I emphasize this because this is the network that works. And though maybe we don't have to search in new ways, so maybe to strengthen the capacity and ability of our cultural institution, we can do it through like developing and strengthening the existing networks, UNESCO networks, or other European networks in culture field, and maybe making the access of Ukrainian cities more easier to these networks. And maybe not only the networks of some organization, but also I'm speaking about the professional networks of artists, theater, museums. All these networks could be the way that we can strengthen and increase the capacity of our cultural institution, because maybe it may be the like simple obstacle for our like professional networks to join. There's the high fee level to join these networks. But if we manage to do this, it will significantly strengthen the capacity of our cultural institution, and it will be strong links, strong connections between all these European cultural institutions. And maybe, and speaking about the ways, we have a meeting with cultural leaders in our Lviv city, trying to discuss this and to manage what can be the way. And speaking about Lviv Culture Hub, all of them mentioned that they need some kind, maybe on national level, or maybe on both level, national and regional level, some kind of leader, coordinator. So we, as I assume, maybe, and we want to be, to set this Lviv Culture Hub as a coordinator, because we have like a good partnership with UNESCO. So the presence of UNESCO as a partner is also emphasize that this network can be, and this partnership can be like a future coordinator to strengthen the capacity and ability of cultural institutions. And maybe I just want to recall some like statement of our contemporary philosopher, who in one of his lectures during the war said that the best way to support, the best way you can offer for the person in grief is presence. And this is the same we need for cultural institution. We need this presence of European network in Ukraine, European organization, a world cultural organization in Ukraine, and vice versa. And of course, it must be on the partnership terms. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is to say that you are well surrounded and we are present. Julia, as we pave the way for recovery, and as we will be discussing Ukraine's recovery in Berlin next week, so how is it that the creative sector actually can play a role in the recovery? And how can we make sure that it's not forgotten?
Thank you. I would highlight that support should consider different actors and their specifics, even when we say about creative sector, culture and creative sector, I suppose. And we understand that there are such players like state and public institutions, of course, national and local, and non-governmental institutions and independent professionals, industry players and people practices in wider sense. So we should keep in our focus that there are different categories. And but in any case, it is important to focus on institutionalization, people approaches, resources and assets, development of education, capacity of science, keeping cultural practices, archiving and museification, strengthening capacity for the knowledge production, not just promoting, but knowledge production, supporting decentralized approaches in combination with providing a good acoustic on a local, regional, national and international levels. So it's not the direct answer on your question, but it's important focuses when we speak, when we talk about what does it mean, creative sector, and when we say about support of its recovery. But the role of creative sector is undisputable, and this whole conference about this. Thank you.
Thank you. And when we speak about creative sector, it's about artists, and then we take it widely, more widely to the communities and back to the living heritage. So Alexander, perhaps the final words from you as to why should we put people, the communities, the living heritage back at the center of the recovery?
Thank you. Well, today our minister and Mr. Ottone speak about human capital, about human in the center of living heritage. It's right, but also it's very important social ties within local communities and communities. Maybe you know that Ukraine is a multinational state consisting more than 130 nationalities and 3 indigenous peoples. And a lot of our cities have different and multinational population. For example, a city in Zaporizhzhia region or oblast, Melitopol, which is now occupied, they have before war 150,000 population consisting of more than 100 nationalities. In first weeks of occupation, most of population from Melitopol, which include Ukrainian, Russians, Jews, Greeks, Armenian, Czechs, Germans, Polish, and many other population, they went out on the street and say, we are from Ukraine, combining all cultures. This is very important because they understand that culture is really what base for their existence. And we can say that now we have 6 elements inscribed in National Register of indigenous peoples, Crimean Tatars and Karaids, and 16 or even more from different nationalities, Gagauz, Moldovans, Bulgarians, Jews from different parts of Ukraine, especially from Odessa part. And so it's very important for us that this is social base, and preserving or safeguarding this base, it's very important thinking about the future. So thinking about the revitalization of Ukraine, it's necessary thinking about the safeguarding of this base, which means that we can say all proud as young people from Avdiivka, as they mentioned, they say, we are from Avdiivka, we all say we are from Ukraine, despite of nationalities. This is very important, I think. Thank you.
This is excellent ending for this discussion, which was very rich. And I really thank you from the bottom of my heart for having come to Vilnius to share your testimonies of the importance of culture in all its diversity, in all its expressions, in all its forms, but also to give a sense of the work that we do together to support Ukraine. Without further ado, I would now like to open the floor for other testimonies and comments. I believe we have some colleagues who have already registered to make sure that they will have the opportunity to intervene. And I believe we have a little bit more than 30 minutes left. So let me first call on Mr. Roman Shpirka, advisor to the Prosecutor General of Ukraine.
So thank you, dear partners, colleagues, participants. I'm really honored to be here today with you and talk about recovery of Ukrainian culture. And I want to say that recovery of Ukrainian culture, it's impossible without justice to be served. Justice to Ukraine, justice to Ukrainian culture, to Ukrainian people. Recovery is also to know and name those who are doing this now, who are ruining Ukrainian culture. And we need to bring them to justice, because they need to pay the price. I want you to think about three things now. Future. It's our kids. Nowadays, hundreds of kids being killed and thousands being kidnapped. And Russians cutting off them from their roots, from their culture, from Ukraine. Present. Russians are killing us today, even now, while we are here. And the third thing is past. Past that we need in the same time to embrace and bring it to future. It's our cultural heritage. Those three things give us the understanding that this is a genocide of Ukrainians nowadays. Future, present, and a past is being destroyed by Russians today. As been said, I'm advisor to the Prosecutor General, and I'm an unusual bird in the event among the people from culture and art. But the cooperation and joint work is the key to preserve our culture, to rebuild it, and to rebuild Ukraine. I'll speak about 5-7 minutes now, and I want to touch two topics. First, what does prosecution service do in Ukraine in terms of working with war crimes against cultural heritage committed by Russia in Ukraine? And second, it's about illicit trafficking of cultural goods in a time of war. Of course, culture is a silent victim and silent witness of war. Culture cannot come to my office and give a testimony. That's why in our office we increase the focus on war crimes against cultural heritage, and we formed a special unit in the structure of Prosecutor's General Office, the special unit that is working mainly with war crimes against cultural heritage and illicit trafficking of cultural goods. For now, we have 78 criminal procedures started, and those are huge criminal procedures that includes hundreds and hundreds of ruined cultural objects and dozens of thousands of stolen artifacts. For now, I'll move to the second part of my speech, which I'll focus on more, regarding the stolen and transferred movable cultural property stolen by Russian military. To give you a little bit of context, I'll mention the following. Kherson Regional Art Museum, 10,680 exhibits were stolen. Paintings, books, documents, coins, most of those were transferred to Crimea, temporarily occupied Crimea. Kherson Regional Museum of Local Lore. Currently, the museum staff identified that 5,309 artifacts from museum exposition were stolen. 23,217 artifacts were stolen from museum storage, and 37 books of museum records disappeared also. Melitopol City Museum of Local Lore, it contained one of the largest collection of Scythian artifacts. Gold coins, jewelry, also from Hun and Sumerian period, and those artifacts were, they are dated even to 4th or 5th century BC. Those are just 3 examples. And we have dozens of museums that were robbed and the exhibits, artifacts disappeared. We all aware that many of those stolen items will appear on black market. And we all aware that those crimes against Ukrainian cultural heritage, items stolen in Ukraine, it has no borders. It's not only about Ukraine. All those things will appear in a better market. So like in Western Europe, in US, UK, Japan. Unfortunately, we know that cultural property in the hands of terrorists turns into the weapons. One more thing I want to mention really shortly, it's one more scheme of Russia, how to stall and relocate our cultural goods. It's illegal excavation. I'll give you the short example. There is so-called non-government Russian organization. It's so-called independent, but somehow is fully controlled and fully financed by Russian government. They go to the temporary occupied territories. They started a local branch of this NGO, and suddenly being independent, non-government organization, they have this power to invite and involve professional Russian archaeologists from Russian institutions, and they send them to the business trips to temporary occupied territories to do the excavation, but literally looting Ukrainian land. And what they loot, what they dig out, what they did excavate, that all disappear from Ukraine, and we don't know where it goes. So, as I said, that cultural property turns into the weapon. Some of those cultural goods, it passed the so-called cultural property laundry, and from black market it turns to the white market and it disappears. And on other case, it stays on that black market and become a currency to finance bad things all over the world. I'm gonna go to the end and say that, as I mentioned, it's not only the issue for Ukraine and about Ukraine, because only cooperation and common work can be really helpful for us, for Ukraine, the joint work. We're really seeking for support of EU member countries. I also want to mention the universal jurisdictions in your countries that could be really helpful for us. Intergovernmental organization, Interpol, we need your support, because I'm talking about dozens of years of work ahead, but we will stay here. We will not leave from that past, and I believe we'll be joined together. And as a preamble of Roman Statute of the International Criminal Court said, all peoples are united by common bonds, their culture pieced together in a shared heritage. I want to thank you, and I want to give a final quote to you and to my Ukrainian friends and brothers and sisters. Those are the words of great Ukrainian poet and visionary Taras Shevchenko. I'll do it on Ukrainian. Смійся, лютий враже. Не поляже, а розкаже, що діялось у світі, чия правда, чия кривда і чиї ми діти. Наша дума, наша пісня не вмре, не загине. От де, люде, наша слава. Слава Україні. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spirka, for flagging again the threat to the movable heritage by illicit trafficking and looting. This is why UNESCO also, in the beginning of the war, issued a statement together with our partners, UNODC, Interpol, World Customs Organization, to warn the international community that artifacts that may originate from Ukraine shouldn't be purchased. So let's stay vigilant together. I have now the honor to give the floor to Ms. Margorzata Lavrovska von Taden, who is the CEO of the Fundacja Obmin. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you to organizers for this 5 minutes intervention. I'm standing here in front of you on behalf of over 100 museums all over Ukraine. Obmin serves as a platform and provides all museums in Ukraine with the opportunity to form and express their own needs. Thereby, museums have a voice. On this slide, you see a map with the distribution of museums being part of Obmin. What is more important, you see on the picture to the left, over 100 Ukrainian experts met a week ago in Berlin. We are grateful to the governments of Ukraine, Poland, and Germany, who are patrons of this conference. What I want to present to you in a nutshell are the proposals that the Ukrainian museums had drafted before our conference in weekly online workshops. In particular, I would like to thank Vice Minister Anastasia Bonda for her ongoing support and encouragement. You see keywords of each of these 10 proposals on my second slide. Before going into details, I'd like to share with you something that really impresses me. Many of these museums' employees are working under horrible conditions we outside of Ukraine can hardly imagine. Many have seen their museums being systematically bombed, robbed, and destroyed. You know what impresses me? In spite of all of this, Ukrainian museums are looking forward. They see opportunities, they see future. They want to contribute to build a democratic country with a strong civil society. This is the core message behind these 10 proposals. First, the museums underline that the objective of reconstruction needs to be to make Ukraine an even better country to live, work, and visit. It underlines that this is a joint task for people and institutions in Ukraine and outside. Secondly, the museums demand to make Ukraine the most inclusive country to the world. This sounds ambitious, and it is. It needs to be ambitious because Ukraine is faced with hundreds of thousands of people directly or indirectly be handicapped by this awful war, physically and psychologically. In addition, inclusiveness needs to be understood in a broader sense. People and institutions from currently occupied territories need to be included in the daily life in other regions and in the work of museums. Thirdly, Ukraine needs new narratives. What does it mean? The experience of the long fight for independence, for democracy, against oligarchic structure and corruption, and now years of deadly war, changed the way Ukrainians define their own identity and their expectations for the future. Ukraine, after the war, will be a different country. This needs to be reflected in every museum's work. Fourthly, museums in Ukraine want to use the opportunity of recovering to turn themselves into the most modern in the world. Again, an ambitious objective. Modern, not just meaning new buildings. Modern meaning new concepts, new technologies, and new outreach into the society. Proposal 5, preserve what is good. Ukraine has a rich landscape of local and regional museums, often not well known yet even in Ukraine. The museums propose to set up a national fund for these museums. Proposal 6, people in and outside of Ukraine need to see and feel the reconstruction. The museums therefore propose a set of ongoing exhibitions and interdisciplinary platforms to show the progress made along the way. Reconstruction can only succeed if the people in Ukraine experience that their voice is being heard and reflected. People outside of Ukraine need to see that their tax money is well invested. Proposal 7, young people will need to be the biggest part of this reconstruction. They need to be targeted also by museums. This includes exhibitions online to give everybody access to the museums, regardless where you live. Proposal 8, we need to bring Ukraine closer to other Europeans and to the world. We need more international partnerships on an eye-to-eye level and reaching museums elsewhere. Proposal 9, one crucial lesson of this war is that we need to better protect our cultural heritage. The museums ask for a complete digitalization of all museums' artifacts and for investments into more and better shelters. Finally, Proposal 10, reconstruction is more than rebuilding the infrastructure. Herein, museums need to have a voice. This is why we ask you at this UNESCO conference, include the 10 proposals by Ukrainian museums into the documentation of this conference, please. Present these proposals at the Ukrainian Recovery Conference in Berlin next week. And at least make culture a constant factor in the reconstruction of Ukraine. Thank you.
This challenge is definitely taken up, and we will carry a voice to Berlin. Let us now move to the next speaker, who comes from OEC. It's Mr. Cameron Walter, head of the Heritage Crime Task Force and Program to Combat Trafficking of Cultural Property. Okay, I do not see Mr. Walter. So perhaps we can go to Ms. Alexandra Yakubienko, representative of Ukraine Protective Program's Artist at Risk Connection, Pan American. Do we have her? No. Okay. So the microphone is open. Any reactions? You would have noticed that we kept the panelists on the podium in case you want them to come back on any of the aspects that intrigued you. So please, and I see a question from Aparna. Would you come up, Aparna? Come to the podium.
I'm Aparna Tandon from ICROM, and I thank the illustrious panel here and also Krista for a very engaging and very useful conversation, which really brought out several points. One of the frustrations that I would like to share, and it's a kind of a question also to UNITAR and UNOCET, if you have the data. So we are, with the help of Ambassadors Fund for Cultural Preservation, are trying to build a first ever risk map for Ukrainian heritage, because we have been talking about reaction, but we are not talking about prediction. And I think important part of risk management is to be able to anticipate. And we have seen that there are sizable risks in Odisha, actually thanks to the mission that we took with UNESCO after the attack on the Transfiguration Cathedral and several other buildings, where after carrying an on-site damage and risk assessment, it was very clear that the fire risk is a lot. Chernihiv has had floods. So there is no data available on like risk map, hazard maps, inundation maps. So we are trying to take the layer of very helpfully created by, on a GIS, all the damaged heritage. We are also conducting vulnerability and capacity assessments. And I would like to, all the organizations that are gathered here, we have developed a simple form where we are trying to understand what is the ability of cultural heritage institutions to respond or anticipate risks together with that data. So is that data available, and can UNESCO help in providing that data, making those vital connections between Copernicus, between the meteorological agency? That's really vital for institutions.
Thank you so much, Ikram, and I definitely want to acknowledge also the work that is already underway with funding from Japan as far as the World Heritage sites are concerned and risk management. But I'm happy to first give the floor to Olivier, and then I believe Chiara wants to also intervene.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, and thank you for the question, and I understand the frustration, but it gives me also the opportunity to insist on the multidimensional nature of geoinformation, in a sense that it's really a tool that can indeed bring together cultural specialists, heritage specialists, but also natural disaster, or let's say natural hazard-driven disasters, professionals together, and having this geoinformation dimension, because everything is basically about, can be mapped actually. And it's bringing two maybe worlds that not necessarily work together through these tools and technologies. So indeed, it's an important aspect. For example, in our program, we have one section dedicated to peace and security, and this work on heritage falls in there, and another one on disaster risk management and climate resilience. Actually, it appears to be two different worlds, but we make sure that we have basically bridges and between those two, let's say, lens angles of looking at sometimes the same issue, and your point in case is very clear. So we have not worked so far on this. We may have data, at least at the location of the heritage sites so far in Ukraine. We worked also on mapping following the floods, following the dam break, as showed earlier also this morning. We've had a look at the potential impact of the war on ecosystems and reserves. But indeed, the prevention aspect of it is important. It's a quite important task because those necessarily vulnerability, hazard, and vulnerability maps are not necessarily, or data are not necessarily readily available. But yes, there is potential room. There is room for indeed looking at the issue in more details and trying to at least bring the data that exist or develop new ones indeed. So it's a good track for additional work, definitely.
We will definitely need to put this in our partnership.
With pleasure.
A new focus. Chiara.
Yeah, thank you, Krista. And really, thank you very much for this question. I will just take one word of Olivier, who has said it's multidimensional, and I would add also complexity. We know that all causes are often linked together, and it's very important to have this response. To come back to your question, Aparna, and indeed UNESCO is ready to continue supporting in this process, not only in data, and also this macro level, RDNA is working on this sense, but also at a lower level. There are also two already initiatives in this sense that at urban scale have been started. In particular, the first is exactly for Odessa, where we have started at a monument level building as to doing monitoring of vulnerability of building, because now we have spoke always about damages, level of damages, but there is this very important dimension that we are also looking at, that it's the increased vulnerability of buildings, because most of the time when buildings are not directly hit, but they have repercussion on it, only do it by vibration. An example is the build in the context of Passage in Odessa, which has very lightly damage, is reported as moderate, but indeed conditions are worsening every day. And through track monitoring, GOGES, for instance, analysis and monitoring, training and work with the local architects, this is possible. And thanks to the support of Japan government through this important project. The second we have started in terms of first respondent mechanism, and this is taking into account the dimension of risk and prevention, and is something that it was possible already in September to work together with the 40 regional and local stakeholders in Odessa from different domains, not only cultural professionals, but administrations, all the first respondent in intervention, in fire, in disaster situation, to create more clear mechanism and procedures. It's not done once. We know the important role of peer-to-peer support, and this is something that municipalities in Ukraine are currently also looking at. We had discussion and work with Lviv municipality on this, with Odessa municipality, but also other municipalities. And Alexandra before referred also to this planning exercise. It's not only theory, but it's really to have a very practical tools. So this is indeed a very important dimension.
Thank you very much, Chiara. I understand that one of the registered speakers is now back in the room. Alexandra Jakubienko? Okay, over to you.
Hi, everyone. It's amazing to be here today. I represent Artists at Risk Connection, Pan America's program, and Artists at Risk Connection since April 2022 has been running a Ukrainian protection program and emergency and resilience funds for Ukrainian visual artists, and we gave around 450 grants up to date and continue give them. And this year we want to focus on artists, especially who were hit in Kharkiv region and those who are now suffering most in those areas. And apart from that, we are continuing to cooperate with Ukrainian organizations such as Samoka NGO, with Yulia Gnat, supporting their exhibitions, as well as with Ukrainian National Pavilion, Venice Biennale, we supported them, as well as cooperating with different Ukrainian initiatives and conferences such as Ukrainian Vision in Sweden this year and hopefully next, and such events as WOMEX. We try to bring attention to Ukrainian culture, not only visual arts, but also music through WOMEX, to help to advocate for Ukrainian culture through such initiatives as report on Ukrainian cultural erasure we did in the end of 2022 and presented in Ukraine, in Kiev, with Minister of Culture, then Minister of Culture of Ukraine, and in US Embassy, etc. And we used this report to advocate with our US partners primarily, through media, through engagement, also doing interviews with our artists. And we continue to do this, and we pledge our willingness and our readiness to continue to cooperate with all of you, and through mutual participation in events and projects. And we hope we could financially also continue supporting Ukrainian artists, and we advocate everyone to continue to support people, because they are doing the culture, they are bringers and of the culture, and it is important to support them and also to support all spheres of culture, because some sectors we see are more given more attention in some ways in some periods of time. So we hope that we can support all the sectors, not only visual arts. Thank you. If there are any questions.
Thank you so much. Yes, I see one question.
Yes, this is not, can I be heard? Yes, I think so. I'm Johannes Nathan from the Ukraine Art Aid Center. I'll deliver a brief statement about our initiative this afternoon. So I really want to just ask or raise one point and ask a specific question to Roman Spirka. The point I would like to raise is that the experience after World War II showed that while the Allied forces had made really strong efforts to trace looted art and to bring it back to its point of origin, and they were first very successful in installing collecting points, unfortunately, these efforts were sort of ended about a decade later. And then a great period of oblivion set in, which now causes enormous problems in tracing works of art. So I would urge that these very important efforts, which Mr. Spirka has detailed, should really, as you said, continue over a long period, because it needs the memory of many and also a transmission of the memory to make sure that these efforts are successful. And I have one very specific question, namely, have you already been aware of works that are appearing on the market, particularly on sites like eBay or Facebook or on the gray or black market?
Thank you for the question. It's yes. We already having some signals from EU countries that the art objects that were stolen during the war appeared already on a black market in Europe. I cannot name what it is and where it is, because investigation is ongoing. But also, what do we see? That while Russian military looting the museums, many of Russian soldiers stealing something from stealers, like from the military, and trying to sell it on a black market by themselves. The we also involving the post service to check all the percents that might contain the goods that are leaving Ukraine to Europe, and there are a lot of those sending from Ukraine also, and we getting those stopped on the border. But talking about the dozens of thousands of piece of arts, I'm gonna be, you know, I don't want to tell about those few signals that we have in Europe, because it's already were mentioned that nowadays we've been finding those art objects that have been stolen on World War II, and you know, it's only beginning. And so far the piece of art crossed the border. We need you to support. We need all those databases. We need Interpol to be more involved. We need universal jurisdictions to give the punishment to those commanders who gave the order to rob the museums. So, thanks.
Thank you very much. And I would like to also mention that when it comes to illicit trafficking, this is not a problem of Ukraine. This is our problem. All the countries that have ratified the 1970 Convention, we need to stay united in our efforts, and that's why UNESCO has also worked not only with Ukraine, but also with the neighboring countries, making sure that the concerned stakeholders, judiciary, border guards, experts are aware of the kind of artifacts that may be taken out of Ukraine, and that there's also cross-border collaboration because it's a transboundary crime. So it's really a call for us to all make sure that the capacities are there, that vigilance is there, and that we can work together. There is a question at the back of the room, and then we have a question or comment from the permanent delegation of Ukraine to UNESCO.
Hello, my name is Audronis Imbrazas, and for the moment I'm head of Vilnius Old Theatre, which is former Russian drama theatre, and actually one of regional centers, cultural centers in Lithuania. So I also care about cultural policy in regions. To say shortly, of course, the moment is tragic and dramatic. But when we see what has been happening in Ukraine, we also compare that to what was done in Lithuania in 40s. The occupying country, I would not like to call them Russians, it's like orcs. I call, for me, it's easier because I don't want to accuse ethnic Russians in that. So they change mentality in occupied territories. They change the whole infrastructure of culture, net of organizations, etc. That was done actually in 20s when Ukraine was occupied. At that time, so your mentality was, your culture, all cultural artifacts were changed, replaced by artificial mentality, I would say, like Soviet Bolsheviks, orcs mentality. The same was done in Lithuania. And I'm very critical also, to say honestly, some of my colleagues know I'm critical to my country, not to the current authority or current Minister of Culture, but to the Minister of Culture of 30 plus years. Because in my opinion, the net of cultural organizations and the whole system in Lithuania is still mostly built by Soviet authorities. The same is done in Ukraine, was done in Ukraine. Only that there is difference that Ukraine lives under this system 20 more years, like one more generation. So the question is a bit like drastic and rhetoric. For Ukrainian side, do you talk now about recovery of your changed mentality? Or you're going to use this unique moment, which is of course like a bit controversial idea, to transform your current mentality, to return it to your initial phase before Soviets and Bolsheviks came?
Who would like to take this question?
Thank you for this question. I'm representing here as a part of team which is called RESPOL. Olga Sagaidak, who is leader expert in this team in the sector of cultural heritage. So the question which was raised, it is about the cultural policy, and now we are working like a community of experts on these issues to help also to strengthen capacity of Ministry of Culture and the issues of identity and these key issues you mentioned are also under consideration, and we are working to develop proper actions, because we understand that we should, as I mentioned in my speech, we should keep inclusive models. We should work in process. We should focus on results, but understand that process is also important, and we should act not through the same approaches when we constructing our identity. So in Soviet times, identity was constructed, for example, but now we need to work with each other, in professional circles, but also with communities to strengthen these grassroots initiatives, but also to help see each other, articulate our specific identity. And as Alexander mentioned, we are very different society. And yes, we understand these problems, but we trying to develop another approaches, not the from button. Yeah.
Only 1 second I can add. I have published an article now, Ukrainian speciality. It means like habitus, maybe, like in Bourdieu, at the background of the war. And we are thinking about new, imagine speciality, imagine habitus, taking into account all lessons of the history. It's very important. But we are looking forward. We're looking in the future. So it will be very important to build new identity. This identity will be based on all identities, positive identities, I hope. And but it will be new identity because our young people, they are thinking about the future. It's very important to think about 20s years in 1920s. They are very interesting for us now to learn these lessons. But to build new identity, it's very complicated, as Julia rightly said. It's a very complicated process, but we are on the road now. And thank you once more on the question, because this question is the question of our everyday life.
Thank you so much. And last intervention, short intervention from the Ukraine delegation to UNESCO, Mikola.
Thanks a lot. I have just comment. First of all, like to make a small announcement and information sharing. Last week, Estonia, together with Ukraine, we have organized an exhibition at UNESCO on looted treasury of Ukraine, which was looted by Russia and then smuggled to Russia from Ukraine, and then smuggled from Russia to Estonia. And there were posters, and it was we had many delegations there, and it was one of the examples of the international cooperation in order to stop this illegal trafficking by Russian criminals. It's one thing, and another thing, I would like to thank all panelists for your interventions and all topics that were discussed here. And I think it will be very important, I would like to underline, to incorporate, to insert the decisions of our today's conference, including Vilnius action plan and the call for action plan, in the reports by Director General for the 220th session of the Executive Board, which will be held in October this year, because we'll have there two Ukrainian issues, the actions of UNESCO for Ukraine and monitoring of the situation in Crimea, Autonomous Republic of Crimea, Ukraine. That's why all this information, I think, must be included there, and also in the draft resolutions by which will be adopted reference to today's conference, because we'd like to thank our Lithuanian colleagues for such a great conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for these suggestions.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that we would have given you food for thought. I believe that now it's time for real food. We will see you back, and I'm sure that the Master of Ceremony will give you more indications about that. What we hope is that we can count on your support in making sure that culture is not forgotten, and that we can put culture at the center of recovery. Can I ask you to please give a round of applause to the panelists, and bon appétit.
In this session, thank you all the speakers. You can applaud once again for all and this important and very insightful part of the conference. Now, ladies and gentlemen, lunch will follow. We will continue with session 2 at 3 p.m. sharp. But before, let me announce that we invite you to take part in the screening of the fragments from Erase the Nation, documentary on the Russian crime against Ukraine's cultural heritage. This documentary created in 2024, this year, and it will start 2:30, 2:30, and be presented by Alexandra Bordovska, National Institute of Cultural Heritage, Head of Support Center for Culture in Ukraine. So you can be here 2:30 for a screening. Secondly, you can see a video installation by Ukrainian artist group Open Group downstairs in the lunch area. This video installation simultaneously is showcased in the Venice Biennale in National Ukraine Pavilion. Third, very important, because every of us is an advocate with our social media, we have some photos already uploaded to the conference.unesco.lt, so please feel free to make a reference to this conference, and maybe you'll find your portrait there. And last but not the least, please note that at the back of this conference hall, by the windows, there are some communication material of different partners engaged in Ukraine questions, highlighting their activities. You are very welcome to take those copies. Not the most sustainable way of bringing presents back home, but anyway, it's important information that awaits you right there. And finally, bon appetit. Have a nice lunch now. Ladies and gentlemen, we are resuming our conference. First of all, thank you to Alexandra Brodowska for presenting this part of documentary. It was very interesting to see it documented and fixed into the visual material for the next and future generations. So, distinguished guests, speakers, and participants of the conference, we hope you had a great break, great chance to discuss all those questions from session 1 during this break. Session 2 will be moderated by 2 co-moderators, Mr. Simonas Kairys, Minister of Culture of Lithuania, and Mr. Rostislav Karandiev, Acting Minister of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine. They will be assisted by Secretariat, and I would like to invite Secretariat to take their seats on the podium now. This session will be dedicated to the interventions of the participating states to express their insights on how to work further to achieve the stabilization, recovery, and reconstruction of the culture sector of Ukraine, to present their initiatives in support of the culture sector of Ukraine and announce pledges. First, we will hear the interventions of Mr. Rostislav Karandiev and Mr. Simonas Kairys, and then representatives of the delegations and organizations will be invited to speak from the tribune. According to the updated list of speaking order already provided, you have it in your kits. The names of states and organizations are arranged alphabetically, according to English alphabet. Firstly, the floor will be given to the representatives of states and afterwards to the representatives of organizations that have expressed the wish to take the floor in this session. Please mind the time limit of 3 minutes for representatives of states and respectively 2 minutes to the representatives of organizations. Session 2 has simultaneous translation from English to Ukrainian and vice versa as a whole conference. So, Mr. Simonas Kairys will speak in English and Mr. Rostislav Karandiev in Ukrainian. And of course, I'm inviting you all to use headphones to follow the interventions. Ladies and gentlemen, I am privileged to invite Mr. Rostislav Karandiev.
Хочеш чи я?
Здавалося б,
It would seem like what could be added to these words that have been uttered by me, by my colleague, Minister Kairys, by other participants today. We could add practical action, and it is crucial and what we await after the ending of our conference, when each of the participants will be able to analyze and propose either proposals prepared ahead of time or inspired by the things heard and seen today. It would allow to prepare those proposals that would give us the opportunity to say that the conference was successful, that the goal has been reached, that the world is still uniting around Ukraine in its support and doing practical deeds. I'll be frank. In the beginning of full-scale invasion in Ukraine, we heard a lot of different words regarding concern, anxiety, and in Ukraine it was met with uncertainty, because we wanted to hear not only words, but the condemnment of the actions of the aggressor and crucial support for Ukraine. We saw the further transformation of the world regarding Ukraine, and indeed, world, international organizations and governments of different countries spoke very clearly. We want to understand and know that those transformations will continue in our further relations, and in some way that systemic work with local projects without understanding of global challenges will be replaced by a more systematic approach. So, dear colleagues, I invite you today and further to have concrete propositions which will be met by happiness from our side. We'll be grateful for each action and each word. But regardless, we hope to achieve synergy in our cooperation. And by fixing small uncertainties to reach big respect for Ukrainian culture on an international level. I invite us all to effective and productive work.
Thank you, Mr. Rostislav Karandiev, for your intervention, and please remain on podium. Now, Mr. Simonas Kairys will present his statement on behalf of Lithuania.
Thank you, and dear Rostislav, dear Ernesto, where are you? Dear ministers, vice ministers, excellencies, directors, cultural representatives, experts, and dear all guests. I'm very pleased to welcome you all to Vilnius. We are happy to meet representatives from around the world, from diverse sectors, governmental, NGOs, private and international. This proves that the recovery of the culture sector of Ukraine is our shared interest. We do not see Ukraine defeated. We see Ukraine protected, recovered, and rebuilt, including its culture sector. This is the reason why we all are here. Today, we all together lay the foundation for steps forward to recognize culture as one of the cornerstones in Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction process. I thank dear Rostislav for taking this uneasy journey to be here with us and for his very realistic and precise presentations on culture at war needs and priorities of Ukraine. It shows what actions are needed. Therefore, I am pleased to announce Lithuania's commitments. Firstly, we will contribute to Ukraine's priority number 3, educational grant programs for restorers. A short study program at our restoration centers will allow our professionals to share their knowledge and experience with Ukrainian colleagues. We will also provide other Ukrainian culture professionals with training opportunities in our culture institutions in needed areas, from digitalization, preservation of heritage, to management skills. Secondly, we will contribute to strengthening the administrative capacities of the new European Bauhaus Lab Action for Ukraine. This will contribute to rebuild Ukraine more beautifully, sustainably, and with respect to its culture and cultural heritage. Thirdly, Vilnius City pledges to Ukraine's priority number 5. It will dedicate $300,000 to the building B1 of the Taras Shevchenko National Academic Ukrainian Music and Drama Theater in Dnipro. Ukrainians need safe access to culture in the times of war. And fourthly, the Minister of Foreign Affairs will continue to help Ukraine, including through the new pledge of 20,000 euros to the UNESCO Emergency Heritage Fund. These are the actions needed today to stabilize the culture sector of Ukraine and prepare it for recovery and reconstruction. Investment in human capacities and protection measures mean building solid foundations for tomorrow's recovery. Meanwhile, we also have to think, what's next? And for that, our mobilized and coordinated international efforts are needed. We need to look for the best mechanisms to ensure the recovery and reconstruction of Ukraine's culture. Ukraine's culture needs to be integrated into the future Ukraine recovery conferences. Culture has to be an integral part of Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction process. With Ukraine's culture sector, Ukrainian professionals and local communities involved. I will be very glad to moderate, together with my dear Ukrainian colleague, the further part of the session, and I'm looking forward to today's discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Claris, for your introductory remarks and the national statement. Ladies and gentlemen, further session 2, as it was announced a few seconds ago, will be moderated by Mr. Simonas Kairys and Mr. Rostislav Karandiev. In this part, adoption of Vilnius Call for Action document will follow too. I wish a fruitful and interesting session 2 for all participants, and I'm handing over the moderating of session 2 to both ministers. Please.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm pleased to co-chair session 2 of the conference with my dear colleague Rostislav, Minister of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine. We will start the state delegates who will be invited to deliver their statements from the tribune. After, we will listen to the interventions of representatives of international partners. Now we will start the debate. I announce the opening of the floor. The first on my list to open the debate is Latvia, and I am pleased to invite Ms. Agnese Logina, the Minister of Culture of the Republic of Latvia. Dear Agnese, the floor is yours.
Dear ministers, dear delegates, friends of Ukraine, today is the 833rd day of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. This has been a time full of pain and fear, but with hope and belief that Ukraine will win. Almost 2 years ago, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said that we must give a clear signal that the world will not turn a blind eye to the destruction of Ukraine's common history, common culture, and common heritage. And we have shown that as well as providing military support, we care about the preservation and restoration of Ukraine's cultural heritage. All this time, Latvia has been a strong ally of Ukraine. The amount of military support provided by our country exceeds more than 379 million euros. Also, we have provided support to Ukrainian public and non-governmental sector in the amount of 20 million euros. We are proud that currently Latvian-led drone coalition gives important support on the battlefield. At the same time, we provide support to Ukraine's cultural sector as well. In 2022, the Ministry of Culture of Latvia funded a 3D digitization training project carried out by Riga Technical University. 8 buildings were surveyed. 3D models of 5 buildings, including Cyril Church in Kyiv, were created, and Ukrainian experts trained to perform 3D digitization. HBIM model of Chernihiv Regional Youth Library was created. All the data are delivered to Ukrainian Ministry of Culture and are free for them to use. The Ministry of Culture is planning to expand its support to Ukrainian cultural heritage sector in the framework of assistance coordinated by UNESCO Emergency Preparedness and Response Unit. We are willing to share our expertise and experience to build the capacity of the sector, particularly in museums and library work, as well as in digitization of cultural heritage. Recognizing the much-needed support for Ukrainian people, Latvia reiterates its commitment to offer educational and experience-sharing activities to our colleagues in cultural sector, particularly in work with communities and seeking the healing effects of culture on mental health and the trauma of war. Latvia continues to support Ukraine both politically and practically in Ukraine's fight for its freedom, sovereignty, and territorial integrity, while also safeguarding fundamental human values and upholding the principles of international law. Today, I want to remind that the war in Ukraine is not over. In order to promote the victory of Ukraine, Latvia will continue to implement both national measures and promote on the European Union and on global level political and economic pressure and isolation on Russia in order to stop its war machine and bring its defeat closer, no matter how long it takes. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And the next on the list is Mr. Viktor Stoyanov from Bulgaria, Deputy Ministry of Culture. Please, the floor is yours.
Dear guests, dear friends, Bulgaria's unwavering support for the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Ukraine remains unchanged, and we continue as long as it stands. We stand with Ukraine in its just cause to uphold its right to choose its own security agreements and path of development. Bulgaria remains fully committed to the strong and unified NATO and EU response to the brutal Russian military aggression against Ukraine. Since the beginning of this unprovoked and unjustified war, Bulgaria has been providing consistent support to Ukraine in all dimensions: political, financial, military, humanitarian, and diplomatic. We will continue to do so as long as it takes according to national capabilities. We are pleased to announce that Bulgaria has provided financial support to UNESCO Emergency Fund for Ukraine. The Bulgarian community in Ukraine numbers about 200,000, and it's the largest historical Bulgarian community abroad. Most of our compatriots are in Odessa. There is shelling and bombing now by Russians. This strengthens our determination to support Ukraine even further. Amidst ongoing Russian aggression, it's vital importance for all of us to join efforts of preservation and restoration of Ukrainian cultural sites, which are the part of European history. Ukraine faces significant challenges in relation to the protection of its cultural heritage, as Kremlin remorselessly trying to destroy Ukrainian sense of identity, not only through constant missile and drone attacks against people, but also through intended terror against Ukrainian historical monuments. Since the start of the war, Russia destroyed or damaged more than 1,000 cultural heritage sites in more than 18 regions of Ukraine. We consider that the restoration of monuments as a material expression of Ukrainian cultural identity must be recognized as an important pillar of reconstruction planning of Ukraine. It's of crucial importance for Ukraine and its people in order to preserve their identity and the right of self-determination. We are ready to have a positive contribution in this process. Bulgarian experts can offer the much-needed assistance of restoration and conserving of the damaged cultural sites of Ukraine. We have a great expertise in that field. We could offer expert assistance in the process of damage assessment of cultural property, restoration and conservation. We would like to share that Ministry of Culture of Bulgaria has sent UNESCO headquarters its application of Bulgarian Center of Underwater Archaeology. And as soon as we approved, we can help Ukrainian underwater archaeology in that matter. The Ministry of Culture provides funds for sessions of projects in field of visual and contemporary art. The Ministry of Culture of Bulgaria and cultural institutes could assist Ukrainian colleagues with an expertise and exchange of good practices, as well as organizing exhibitions and other initiatives by Ukrainian artists. We are working very closely with Ukrainian embassy in Sofia, and now we are in process of organizing exhibition of saved pieces of art representing Ukrainian modernism. We are already promoting Ukrainian classical music composers and artists in our national media. We have well-developed cinema, digital, and computer game industry, which could provide support for Ukrainian artists and professionals in that field too. And we can think of helping and sharing our expertise to Ukrainian museums, libraries, and galleries to speed up their digitization process in order to protect their invaluable cultural heritage. And finally, Bulgaria is ready to help Ukrainian culture both during the war and after it. And in order for people in Europe and the world to have a more active attitude towards Ukraine, they need to know its culture. I hope that together we can help Ukraine survive this nightmare with practical actions. Today, let's draw the roadmap to support, preserve, and restore Ukrainian culture, because this will be the roadmap to protect our common values. Finally, let me stress that we support and join the Vilnius call for action. I hope that this declaration will support our efforts to rebuild Ukraine's cultural sector and further engage international efforts in this regard. Thank you for all.
Thank you, dear Victor. Together to victory.
And glory to Ukraine, Slava Ukraini.
Next on the list, Mr. Andrej Hrast, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Culture from Czech Republic. Please, floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear Rostislav, dear Simonas. First of all, I would like to thank our Lithuanian partners for their hospitality and for hosting today's very important conference of the recovery of the culture sector. As a representative of Ministry of Culture of Czech Republic, I wish to express our unwavering support for the Ukrainian people in their difficult struggle for freedom. At the time when Ukraine is plagued by the aggression and attacks on its sovereignty, the Czech Republic is proud and unconditional ally in the supply of weapons and all related necessities, as well as in the field of politics, diplomacy, and culture. In addition to their territory, the most valuable part of their national identity must be defended. Special Ukraine culture and rich culture heritage, because the Russian aggressor knows very well that this war is about the soul of the nation and its identity, and also about its past. That's why the Russians are purposefully and unscrupulously bombarding culture institutions, museums, galleries, and archives where the history and the identity are materialized and preserved. More than a year ago, my Minister of Culture, Czech Republic, Martin Baxa, entrusted me with the coordination of the project Assistance to Ukraine Culture. Since the beginning of the war, the Ministry of Culture, together with the Czech ICOM, International Council of Museums, and our contributory organization as National Museum, National Library, our organization, we have been very active in providing assistance to partners in Ukraine. On the Czech side, we are currently preparing, among others, the extraordinary project called the ARC, the result of the unique public and private sector cooperation within the framework of our program for Ukraine culture. I would like to briefly introduce to you this ARC project, which are underway. The ARC1 project involves a mobile conservation unit, imagine something like container, for preserving the printed culture heritage of Ukraine. The equipment will be provided by the National Library of the Czech Republic. The estimated value of the equipment is now about 450,000 euros, and many other internal resources for development and science research. The ARC2 project involves a mobile, same container, digitalization facility for the preservation of Ukraine's printed cultural heritage. This will be funded through a campaign organizing by our fund and other private donors. The ARC1 is already paid and it's in developing and will be delivered in October to Ukraine. Now we are starting work on the ARC3 project with the 3D scanning of museum artifacts. It is in the early stage of preparation, but it's already paid by our private sector sponsors, and it's developed by the Czech National Museum, our largest contributory organization. All the partner projects under the ARC label heading are unique and technological cutting-edge project, as your Prime Minister Simonite mentioned in the opening speech, is like innovative solution. In a wartime environment, that they are mobile and easily portable workplaces with the state-of-the-art technology for the preservation, digitalization. We have already passed through the fairly complex stage of development, which involved the work of many experts. This development is almost over, and if your countries are looking for meaningful and important project, you can contact us too, and we can join forces. The project is consulted with the Ministry of Culture of Ukraine. Thank you, Anastasia. And in addition of this ARC project, we are intensively involved in the preparation of other project training courses to provide art therapy assistance to Ukrainian citizens affected by war trauma. This project is about 400,000 euro too, and it's paid by the state. These services will be provided by Ukrainian artists who unfortunately lost their jobs, who will receive training under the guidance of Ukrainian psychotherapists. The end beneficiaries will be primarily clients of centers that focus on the rehabilitation of people injured by war, most of which are veterans. Every effort should be made to protect and promote culture. So we fully support the action plan of Ukraine. I think, I know we are in the line of the priority 6, but we are really, as a state, we are prepared to participate in other priorities, but the digitalization, digital transformation is our topic. I think we have a lot of experience in it, so we will do it with you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, my dear colleague. Thank you.
And the next, Mr. Mart Volmer, Undersecretary for Cultural Heritage, Ministry of Culture from Estonia, please.
Ministers, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the continued support of Ukraine is the most important priority of international cooperation of the Estonian government, including naturally the Ministry of Culture. Let me touch upon three main pillars of our activities in helping Ukraine today and in the future. The first one is the protection of Ukrainian cultural heritage, partnering with UNESCO and other international organizations, of course in close cooperation with Ukrainian authorities. Estonia is a believer in multilateralism. That is why we have supported UNESCO's Heritage Emergency Fund and plan to continue to do so. We are glad to acknowledge that Ukraine has been one of the priorities of the fund in 22 and 23, helping to ensure the continuation of artistic creation. access to cultural life, as well as to safeguard cultural heritage and support Ukraine's efforts on their way to digital transformation in the field of culture. The second pillar of our ministry's support to Ukraine is a special Ukrainian fund that we established to support bilateral cultural and sports projects. Over the course of 2 years, this fund has helped implement 15 high-impact projects in the fields of visual arts, music, film, performing arts, architecture, photography, and sports. As a result, the international visibility of Ukrainian culture has increased. Ukrainian artists have had opportunity to continue their professional work, and the projects have helped to keep focus on the problems that the Ukrainian culture sector is facing. Thirdly, our ministry contributes to the reconstruction of Ukraine. Estonia was one of the first countries to respond to President Zelensky's call to choose a target region of Ukraine for reconstruction. And we decided to start immediately, without waiting for the end of the war. The first projects have already been completed. In the reconstruction project, we always strive to follow the principles of high-quality architecture, set forth in Davos Baukultur quality system, and of course engage the local experts in the process. We believe that adherence to these principles in the reconstruction of Ukraine is crucial to ensure the preservation of cultural heritage, and we call on all countries to follow the suit. So let me once again express full solidarity of Estonia with Ukraine and its people. We stand firmly with you and do our best to help the Ukrainian culture sector take the place it deserves in the family of European countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And now Mr. Masahiro Omura, Parliamentary Vice Minister, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan, please.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, my name is Komura Masahiro, Parliamentary Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of Japan. I would like to express our sincere respect for the courage of the people of Ukraine, who have been defending their homeland for more than 2 years against Russian aggression. I would also like to pay tribute to the government of Lithuania for hosting this conference and to UNESCO for playing an essential role in bringing us together today. Japan has been providing consistent assistance for recovery and reconstruction based on local needs. Among the areas that need urgent assistance, one of the areas of our focus is culture. Russian aggression has destroyed many historical sites and cultural institutions and poses a serious threat to the unique culture of Ukraine. We take seriously the assistance for protection and recovery of the culture sector. Japan has allocated $25 million in assistance through our trusted partner, UNESCO. To be more specific, Japan has been supporting and monitoring assessment and emergency responses for the protection of cultural heritage. Restoration and conservation work will be carried out in Kyiv, Lviv, Kharkiv, Chernihiv, and Odessa. Furthermore, we are funding various training programs for cultural professionals. We believe that it is also important to invigorate Ukraine's cultural activities. We will provide a Japan-made stage projector to the Odessa National Academic Opera and Ballet Theatre. By preserving cultural heritage and supporting cultural activities, we honor memories and identities of communities, ensuring they are passed down to future generations. The reconstruction of Ukraine will not be achieved overnight. The solidarity of the international community in this effort also needs to be strengthened. I hope the Vilnius call for action will guide us to consolidate the efforts of the international community for the steady recovery and reconstruction of the culture sector of Ukraine. In closing, I would like to reiterate that Japan will continue to stand with Ukraine to achieve a just and lasting peace as soon as possible. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Masahiro-san.
And now Ms. Marta Tsenkowska, Under-Secretary of State, Ministry of Culture and Heritage from Poland.
Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the organizers of this event, especially our Lithuanian hosts, for their professional and hospitable reception. Thank you so much again. The government of Poland firmly supports the strive to preserve cultural heritage, despite of its ethnic and national provenience. It is based on fundamental belief that every culture and its heritage are the legacy of the mankind. Therefore, Ministry of Culture and National Heritage of the Republic of Poland has continuously done a hard effort to help Ukraine and sustain its broadly meant culture and heritage. Worth noting that our ministerial emergency team for assistance to the cultural sector in Ukraine was established immediately after the tension on the border with Russia started rising. Despite this, it turned out to be impossible to avoid barbaric destruction of numerous cultural assets, including those that we have been restoring over the years in our joint efforts at the new contemporary stage of brotherhood of the Polish and Ukrainian nations. The data presented here about the destruction has affected Ukrainian culture and national heritage are really shocking. I personally cannot accept them, but they themselves call for action by the entire international community. Aside from our central government and my ministry, all our state cultural institutions are deeply and comprehensively involved in this pursuit. From securing museums and galleries collections in Ukraine to psychological assistance to Ukrainian artists, regardless of their creative field. Polish institutions offer support to art schools and universities and assist Ukrainian cultural institutions. The fundamental aspects of this support has been to provide assistance directly to people. Numerous residency and scholarship programs in order that artists and cultural operators can continue their activities. The continuity of culture and tradition is what we perceive as crucial for nations to survive. Moreover, it is an issue worth tackling wider at the UNESCO forum. Returning to tangible aspects, our ministry established in 2022 Polish Support Center for Culture in Ukraine with the view to assuring maximum coordination of public institutions in their strive to help Ukrainian culture and heritage. Its activities focus on providing material support directly to cultural institutions in Ukraine, experts cooperations, and international cooperation. Moreover, inventory activities are conducted to Polish and Ukrainian experts based on common methodology. The collected data shall allow for the assessment of the degree of destruction of objects, enable future evaluation of losses, reconstruction or restoration, as well as financial planning of restoration. We have also allocated 1 million euros for the digitalization process, including the creation of an electronic register for the Ukrainian Museum Fund. It is impossible not to mention the symbolic gesture of Polish culture to Ukraine, because at the most prestigious Venice Art Biennale, during its ongoing 60th edition, Polish National Pavilion is hosting an Ukrainian project created by the Ukrainian Artists Collective and concentrated on experiencing by the visitors a particular aspect of war, as Ukrainians do every day. It has gained a tremendous appreciation in the world, and Ukrainian visitors have been particularly touched and moved by the multimedia installation and Ukraine-Polish collaboration in our national pavilion. Dear friends, over the last 2 years of the war, the Ministry of Culture and National Heritage has allocated over 18 million euros to the activities supporting Ukrainian culture, and it's only the basic, down-to-earth estimation. With our experience in rebuilding Poland after the World War II and over 2 years of continuous aid to Ukraine, we are firm that preparing a plan to help rebuild Ukraine should be preceded by the detailed analysis of the Ukrainian state's needs in this regard. Coordination of the scope of assistance with the UNESCO countries would be highly recommended, as joining assets of almost 200 countries, we can achieve commendable economies of scale. Once decided and while implementing, let us do not forget to monitor the expenditure. Closing my intervention, I hope that you recognize that Polish support to Ukrainian culture has been meeting spontaneously all the priorities set in the current action plan for culture in Ukraine. I want to commit once again that the Ministry of Culture and National Heritage of Poland will continue to support our dear and close neighbor, Ukraine, and its cultural sector in every possible way. When we're doing this, we should also carefully take into consideration international commitments and regulation in this field. And I'm really happy to say that we already are cooperating in all of those 6 priorities, and we will do it as long as we have to, at least at the same level. We also declare our flexibility to adjust actions to changing needs and respond swiftly to new challenges in this regard. We believe that only consistent and reliable support will allow Ukraine to preserve its national culture, rebuild its vivacity and resilience that, combined with comprehensive international support, must ultimately lead to overcoming this devastating aggression. Slava Ukraini!
Героям слава. Thank you, dear Marta. Thank you.
And next, Ms. Karin Svanborg-Sjoval, State Secretary to the Minister of Culture, Ministry of Culture of Sweden, please.
Thank you very much. Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends and colleagues, We've learned from the ongoing war in Ukraine that cultural heritage and an active cultural life are of utmost importance to the resilience, well-being, and endurance of the population, not least by providing a reprieve from the horrors of war. In Ukraine, we have witnessed the deliberate destruction of cultural infrastructure, historical monuments, archives of museums, with the aim of erasing its national identity and culture. It is a war waged against memory, against democracy and decency. It's a war waged against civilization as such. Our efforts to respond and to help protect and rebuild the cultural sector and heritage must be carefully coordinated, which is why we find this conference highly relevant in its focus and why we are very grateful to Lithuania for hosting it. Sweden is a long-standing partner to UNESCO, providing multi-year unearmarked funding to the organization. The flexible funds allows UNESCO to respond swiftly to crises and use the money where there is a need. UNESCO's strength in gathering all relevant stakeholders is of great importance, shown clearly here today as we gather to discuss the reconstruction of Ukraine's cultural sector. The support should be long-term, well-coordinated, and carried out with the involvement of all relevant actors, such as organizations, authorities, civil society museums, emergency authorities, and cultural heritage authorities. Now, Ukraine is a top priority for my government. Through UNESCO, Sweden provided support to the emergency assistance program to Ukraine. The full-scale invasion and ongoing war in Ukraine has deepened the exchange between our two countries. For example, museum experts have met in digital meetings and conferences to exchange ideas on how to protect cultural heritage in Ukraine. The Swedish National Heritage Board has coordinated donations in response to a Ukrainian request of equipment. Museums and libraries have donated material for securing items. The Nordic Museum has organized funding for the cultural heritage of Ukraine. Efforts have also been made to strengthen knowledge of Ukrainian cultural heritage as such, and connections to Sweden through seminars and exhibitions in several of our institutions. In 2023, Sweden also adopted a strategy for the recovery cooperation with Ukraine between 2023 and 2027, which is Sweden's largest ever bilateral development assistance strategy. The strategy will provide a total of approximately 522 million euros aimed at strengthening Ukraine's resilience, freedom, and economic prosperity. And efforts to support Ukraine's cultural sector, including its cultural heritage, is included as an area of possible cooperation in this strategy. Finally, I would like to stress that Sweden will continue to support Ukraine in its recovery and will continue to work actively to raise support where it is most needed. Thank you very much, and Slava Ukraine.
Thank you, dear Karin. Thank you.
And the next, Ms. Jeanette Sautner, Ambassador of Canada to Lithuania from Canada. Please, floor is yours.
First, I'd like to join colleagues to extend my thanks to the government of Lithuania and UNESCO for convening this timely conference with a view to continue to find solutions to assist the cultural and heritage sectors in Ukraine. Ačiū labai, pone ministre. Canada's support for Ukraine is unwavering and unconditional, and we stand by brave and resilient Ukrainians. Canada continues to condemn in the strongest possible terms Russia's illegal and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, including the deliberate destruction of Ukrainian culture and heritage. In addition to being an attack on Ukraine, this is an attack on international law, including the UN Charter. As a state party to key UNESCO cultural conventions, Canada understands how the protection of culture and heritage is paramount to the people of Ukraine and of importance to the international community. Canada remains committed to the protection and preservation of Ukrainian cultural heritage with a view to ensure a successful recovery. We will continue to work with our international partners to prevent the damage, destruction, and looting of cultural heritage. Canada welcomes the action plan that was shared with all of us a few days ago It clearly outlines the need to support Ukraine's cultural and heritage sectors, and we are committed to supporting Ukraine's efforts to protect its culture and heritage, which are at the heart of Ukrainian identity. Further discussions will be required to determine Canada's potential contributions. But since 2018, Canada has contributed $5.5 million to UNESCO's Emergency Heritage Fund, and this includes a recent contribution in March 2024 of $500,000. This fund is an important example of multilateral efforts to preserve heritage at risk around the world from crises, such as armed conflicts and natural disasters, including in Ukraine. In 2022 and 2023, Canada also answered a call by Ukraine to G7 partners to provide urgent support to help preserve Ukraine's cultural and heritage institutions, which have been devastated by Russian attacks. Numerous Canadian departments and organizations, including national museums, have donated equipment to Ukraine, which in turn was distributed to cultural, heritage, and broadcasting institutions most in need. Canada has also raised and will continue to raise the issue of recovery of Ukrainian cultural heritage in international platforms such as the G7 and the G20. Canada urges all countries to continue to mobilize our policy instruments and, together with Ukraine, make every effort to stand united against the destruction of cultural heritage in situations of conflict. Ačiū. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, dear Janet.
And the next, Ms. Alex Everard, Ambassador of France to Lithuania. Please, the floor is yours.
Ministers, directors, distinguished guests, I first of all want to thank Lithuania for hosting this important conference on the reconstruction of the cultural sector in Ukraine, in cooperation with Ukraine and in partnership with UNESCO. France stands firmly by Ukraine and provides a consistent and unconditional support in all dimensions to Ukraine, with nearly, in all dimensions, nearly 8 billion euros so far. And as you know, President Zelensky is in Paris today for a bilateral visit with President Macron. The impact of Russia's full-scale war of aggression on the cultural sector in Ukraine is devastating, and embodying Ukrainian identity, heritage, and culture are a particular and deliberate target of Russia. And support and recovery to the cultural sector represents, therefore, a clear priority for France. France has been firmly involved since February 2022 in these issues. Several emergency measures have been put in place bilaterally, amounting so far to more than 2 million euros. 1 million has been released to welcome and support artists, cultural operators, and journalists who took refuge in France. An exceptional fund of 300,000 euros has been made available to Ukrainian artists so they can continue to create. And the National Center for Cinema also, along with 18 of its European counterparts, have also coordinated a 1.2 million fund to help complete Ukrainian films which were interrupted by the war. And this scheme has been renewed for 2023 and 2024. France also supports the multilateral emergency responses, in particular through UNESCO, to safeguard and protect museums and their collection. France also supports the International Alliance for the Protection of Heritage in conflict areas, which is carrying out vital work in this area. In particular, a large-scale operation has been conducted in close collaboration with the Kanenko Museum and the Louvre Museum, with 16 priceless icons being brought to safety. In addition, a number of bilateral key and development projects are underway in safeguarding and promoting heritage and in training and networking professionals. The fight against the trafficking of culture goods is also a key topic we are addressing in cooperation with Ukraine. All these areas of work are a reminder of the central role played by the heritage sector and more broadly culture, both in Ukraine's reconstruction process and with a view to its accession to the European Union. France therefore supports the adoption of the Vilnius Appeal, and together we can support, preserve and reconstruct the Ukrainian cultural sector. This is about our common values. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Alex. Thank you.
And Mr. Emanuele de Magret, Ambassador of Italy to Lithuania.
Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we thank the Lithuanian government for organizing this important event. First of all, Italy's support for Ukraine recovery and reconstruction is at the heart of our G7 presidency and will also be in 2025 when the Ukraine Recovery Conference will be hosted in Italy. Italy's support to Ukraine is and will be at 360 degrees, also in the cultural field. Last year, Vice President and Foreign Minister Tajani was in Kiev and issued, with Prime Minister Shmyhal, a joint declaration stating that Italy assumed the patronage for reconstruction of Odessa, reaffirming the historical ties between our country and the Ukrainian city. After the bombing on July 2023, Italy took action to defend the Cathedral of the Transfiguration and the cultural heritage of Odessa. We have prepared the candidacy dossier for the UNESCO list of World Heritage in danger. Our aim is to intervene for the restoration of the cathedral, the protection of the cultural heritage, and the transformation of the city, providing cooperation funds and the expertise of its most prestigious cultural institutions, such as the Milan Triennale and the Maxi Museum in Rome. We launched the initiative Workshop for the Reconstruction of Ukraine in Milan on October 31st. That was therefore only the beginning of a project that will see our country and its companies fully involved in the reconstruction process of Odessa and Ukraine in 360 degrees. The second event will be at Maxi in Rome in the fall. With this initiative, we want to put Italian and international architectural expertise and our know-how in the protection and restoration of cultural heritage at the service of reconstruction and transformation of Ukraine's cities. Moreover, Italy is already active in Mykolaiv, where the company One Works, in collaboration with UNESCO, is implementing the Mykolaiv Master Plan. In Berlin, Vice President and Minister of Foreign Affairs Tajani will sign an important memorandum of intent aiming at establishing a general framework for cooperation and coordination between our countries in order to maximize our efforts and capacities to facilitate the overall reconstruction of the city and Odessa region in the aftermath of the war. On Odessa, we are collaborating with UNESCO on a project for the reconstruction of the roof of the cathedral, and we are discussing further cooperation aimed at implementing a 3-year project on strengthening urban resilience for the foreseeable effects of the war and fostering an integrated approach to recovery and urban regeneration through culture. The elements of the projects are the restoration of the cathedral, the protection of the 52 cultural site of the historic center of the city, and the new master plan. In sum, culture plays a key role in the city reconstruction and recovery, allowing city to build back better by relying on people-centered and place-specific strategies. Italy, unfortunately, has accumulated a vast experience in human and natural disasters in the last century and has developed multiple centers and universities which are available to continue this work with international partners and agencies. A specific dimension of cultural preservation and reconstruction will be included in Ukraine Recovery Conference we are going to co-host in 2025. Sława Ukraina!
Grazie mille, signore Emanuele.
And the next, Mr. Martin Michelet from Switzerland, Ambassador of Switzerland to Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia.
Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. First of all, I would like to thank the government of the Republic of Lithuania, the government of Ukraine, and UNESCO for organizing this important and timely conference. As Swiss Federal Chancellor Ignazio Cassis underlined, culture in all its facets is of outstanding importance as a key element for social cohesion. It is therefore a crucial part of the process of recovery of Ukraine. This understanding is in full alignment with the Recovery and Development Plan for Ukraine presented at the Ukraine Recovery Conference that took place in Lugano, Switzerland in 2022. Switzerland has taken note of the 6 priorities of the action plan and welcomes the intention to make it an instrument for coordinating efforts to stabilize, recover, and rebuild the cultural sector in Ukraine. In this context, it has to be recalled that the accountability arising from unlawful acts under humanitarian and international law against civilian personnel and infrastructure also fully applies to the cultural sector. Identifying and verifying the facts remain essential in this area too, as does identifying the damage and the human impact in order to consolidate the inclusion of culture into the international community's integrated action in favor of Ukraine in the short, medium, and longer term. Assessing the damage to the heritage environment, identifying and protecting cultural properties, and ensuring the continuation of cultural practices are fundamental elements to maintain the social fabric. They are absolutely needed to the socio-economic rehabilitation of Ukraine's communities, their resilience, their identity, and the quality of life of the population. In the midst of Russia's ongoing military aggression, this conference must serve to strengthen the will to consider the protection of culture in all its forms as relevant for the development of the human capital in many respects, between identity and modernity, between creativity and diversity, between democratic participation and economic development. This is fully in line with the spirit of Baukultur, which Switzerland initiated and which we are very delighted to see reflected and the call for action. The Swiss Confederation supports the effort of civil society, public institutions, international organizations, including UNESCO, to protect and preserve Ukraine's cultural heritage. Today's conference represents an opportunity to stress the importance of coordination to ensure a holistic and complementary approach. In this respect, Switzerland is delighted that the proposed Vilnius Action Plan for Culture will feed into the follow-up to the Lugano Principles, just a few days before the Ukrainian Recovery Conference to be held in Berlin next week. Switzerland is pleased to associate itself to the Vilnius call for action. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Thank you.
And the next, Mr. Christoph Thun-Hogenstein, Director General for International Cultural Relations, Federal Ministry for European and International Affairs, Austria.
Thank you, Ministers, dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, friends and colleagues. On behalf of Austria, let me commend the initiators of the conference for preparing this highly relevant gathering and the call for action. Austria is glad to co-sponsor this important document. The arts and culture, including living heritage, are the DNA of a nation, and this holds particularly true of Ukraine. The action plan for culture in Ukraine, focusing on 6 priorities, describes the progress achieved, but also the daunting challenges ahead. Let me add a few observations. Capacity building and the strengthening of cultural skills is a core investment in the cultural future of Ukraine. So is the ongoing support of Ukrainian artists through different mechanisms. With the establishment, immediately following the Russian aggression, of Office Ukraine, Shelter for Ukrainian Artists, currently based in Vienna, Graz, and Innsbruck, the Austrian Ministry for Arts and Culture has created a widely applauded best practice mechanism that connects more than 2,000 artists from Ukraine with top cultural institutions and festivals, provides scholarships, and helps improve artists' living and working conditions. Austria is planning to adapt this program to changing needs and focus its efforts even more on capacity building for human capital. In this regard, let me draw your attention to the most recent Kiev Biennale, which started in October last year in Vienna and also consisted of a series of artistic interventions in Ukrainian cities as well as in Berlin and Warsaw. We believe that such art biennials are an important framework to keep contemporary art scenes alive and to generate holistic art projects on the current tragedy, but also on visionary ideas for the future of Ukraine. Let me stress the importance of holistic Baukultur, which was just mentioned by my Swiss colleague, when it comes to reconstruction and new construction of buildings in Ukraine. The worlds of architecture and design have changed so fundamentally over the last decade that it is key that the newest mindset, concepts, and technologies such as regenerative culture and circular materials be used in Ukraine in order to make it the future model of Baukultur. They are also essential for the recovery of museums and other cultural institutions. In addition, it is important that the best arts and technical universities in Ukraine and other countries, including Austria, effectively cooperate. Let me also mention the outstanding expertise that we have in Austria, especially in Vienna, on the eminent topic of social housing. There's an urgent need for stronger university cooperation, also in other areas considered crucial for recovery. Austrian ministries, in particular the one for education, science and research, are working together with Austria's Agency for Education and Internationalization and Ukrainian partners towards this goal. There are plenty of ways to contribute to the resilience of the arts and cultural sectors. One example among many is ASOP, the Artist Solidarity Program Europe, conceived by the Austrian Foreign Ministry as part of its Imagine Dignity initiative and organized in cooperation with major cultural institutions in Austria. Let me conclude on a note of confidence. There's a beautiful concept called active hope. We not only fervently hope for a positive outcome, but also actively contribute to generating such outcome. Let's make clear to everybody how the arts and culture can and must play a key part, a key role for the recovery and a prosperous future of Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Christoph.
And the next, Ms. Anja Jelavic, Head of Directorate, Ministry of Culture and Media from Croatia.
Distinguished ministers, excellencies, and colleagues. Let me thank you for the invitation for such an important conference that we have today here. Thanks to our colleagues from Litva, UNESCO, and Ukraine. Since the beginning of the Russian aggression in 2022, The government of the Republic of Croatia has strived to support Ukrainian through all means available, from military and humanitarian support extended towards the Ukrainian people in their homeland to welcoming those seeking asylum to Croatia. During the crisis, we were faced within the course of recent history, and we were witnessed firsthand just to what extent cultural heritage and culture are the core of every nation's identity, a sentiment which we fully endorse. International cultural cooperation is instrumental for the recovery not only of culture and cultural heritage, but also for the society on the whole, and we know just what it means to have allies by your side. Based on the direct and extensive experience gained during the Homeland War in the 90s, Croatian state conservators, museologists, archivists, and further heritage experts, the Ministry of Culture and Media of the Republic of Croatia offered its professional expertise and practical advice to Ukrainian colleagues regarding both the protection of immovable cultural heritage and the evacuation of movable cultural heritage. Immediately in 2022, after Zoom and online meetings that we experienced and shared, the Croatian government sent its help with materials to provide the evacuation of certain amount cultural good as immediate help and assistance. We also support all efforts aimed at revitalizing the culture and creative sectors of Ukraine. So allow me just to name a few of activities that we took, especially not only the cultural heritage, but also literature and books, the selection of books and translations to Ukrainian language, and also the audiovisual and media sector that Croatia provided assistance and a full open cooperation with our Ukrainian colleagues. So from this stage, that is why we stand ready to continue to provide a helping hand to our Ukrainian friends and colleagues. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Anya.
And the next, Mr. Gerbert Kunst, Director of International Policy, Ministry of Education, Culture and Science, Netherlands.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Netherlands would really like to thank Lithuania for their hospitality, and we commend the Lithuanian government, the Ukrainian government, and UNESCO for taking this initiative to organize this preparatory meeting, the conference, to come to a call of action for helping the Ukrainian cultural sector. We welcome the call for action, and we hope it will give a good impact on the results in Berlin, the conference next week. We also hope it will resonate in the prioritization of Ukraine's hard-hit cultural sector and a rapid damage and needs assessment for Ukraine. In the context of the direct impact of Russia's full-scale invasion in Ukraine, the Netherlands provided immediate support to the Ukrainian cultural sector. In 2023, this support amounted to approximately 5 million euros. Also, the Netherlands included Ukraine structurally among its prioritized countries in our international cultural policy. And this means that we have a cultural team working at our embassy in Kiev with a dedicated budget. And we intend to work on a profound and long-term cultural relationship with the Ukraine cultural sector. And furthermore, the NGO Cultural Emergency Response does important work training heritage professionals on the ground and working on the stabilization of damaged cultural institutions. In setting up structural bilateral collaboration between the Netherlands and Ukraine, we invite several delegations of the Ukraine. For example, delegations of Ukraine Museum and Art directors, as well as 2 delegations of film festival directors. Cultural heritage in Ukraine is literally under siege, and so is the cultural sector as a whole. Russia purposely attacks cultural heritage in Ukraine in order to wipe out Ukraine culture and Ukraine identity. This not only violates the principles of the 1954 Hague Convention, it also constitutes a war crime for which the Russian government should be held responsible. Accountability for these crimes is necessary. The government of the Netherlands has stated this publicly on many occasions, and we wish to reiterate that here in Vilnius. In a recent conference, 3 weeks ago actually, Cultural Heritage and Peace, building on 70 years of UNESCO Hague Convention for the Protection of Cultural Property in the Event of Armed Conflict in The Hague, May 14th, Ukraine Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs Irina Borovets clearly stated the urgent need to protect Ukraine's cultural heritage against the daily rocket and drone attacks by Russia. And on that same conference, the Dutch commander of the armed forces, General Onno Eichelsham, said that heritage destruction is today a tried and tested means of escalation and intimidation. The speech and global reach of today's media amplify that effect. Well, as this gruesome war does not seem to be coming to an end soon, unfortunately, the Ukraine population tries to live its life as well as they can. They need distraction, they need beauty and wonder. Culture is here an important boost for morale in these dark times. At the same time, Ukraine is actively looking to connect to the European family, and we feel that culture can be instrumental here. And to conclude, we will, the Netherlands, continue to support Ukraine in the coming period through different channels, through multilateral organizations like UNESCO, and of course also bilaterally. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gerbert.
And now Mr. Adrian Balteanu, Head of Archaeology and World Heritage Department, Ministry of Culture from Romania.
Distinguished co-chairs, distinguished hosts, distinguished participants. For 2 years and 4 months, we have been witnessing not only the tragic loss of innocent lives, but also the massive destruction of cultural heritage in Ukraine, as this is all the more criminal as some of the destruction is intentional. The most recent UNESCO analysis reveals extensive cultural infrastructure damage in Ukraine. Credible reports indicate the destruction, looting, or illegal relocation of museum collections. The losses of cultural property that we have been seeing in Ukraine as a result of the Russian aggression are more than clearly contrary to the provisions of international treaties. What we see happening in Ukraine does not demonstrate either protection or respect for cultural property, and is therefore something we hope to see in the future in the competent courts. The effort to restore and to recover the stolen and illegally relocated cultural property can only be described as enormous, and it should start now. Since the early days of the war, we have witnessed the exemplary mobilization of cultural professionals together with internal and external partners. We rejoice in their every success. We believe that the experience gained in this dramatic context will lead to significant changes in the protection and monitoring of cultural property. Following the signing of the Declaration of Intent by the Ministry of Culture of Central and Eastern Europe and the Baltic states in 2022, as well as the joint declaration on the situation in Ukraine during the Davos Baukultur Alliance 2023 conference, Romania reiterates its support for the preservation of Ukraine's cultural heritage and its recognition as part of the universal cultural heritage. Since the beginning of the aggression against Ukraine, the Romanian Ministry of Culture has been acting in support of preserving and promoting Ukrainian community and culture by providing work opportunities and facilities to artists and cultural workers who are refugees in our country, by organizing donation campaigns, and by giving floor to artistic performances and exhibits of Ukrainian craftsmen, as well as to specialists to discuss the intangible Ukrainian cultural heritage, so relevant and important in this moment of peril. I'll end by reaffirming Romania's commitment to strongly support Ukraine until its final victory, as well as further on during its reconstruction and European accession process. The culture sector is essential for Ukrainian societal resilience and identity, constantly targeted during this war. Romania expresses its willingness and readiness to provide expertise and support for the reconstruction of the culture sector in Ukraine and to undertake coordinated international efforts in the spirit of high quality culture. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, dear colleague. Thank you.
And now the floor comes for Mr. Isaac Sastre de Diego, General Director, Culture, Heritage and Fine Arts, Ministry of Culture from Spain, please.
Dear ministers, excellencies, colleagues, on behalf of the Spanish Minister of Culture, Ernest Urtasun, I would like to thank UNESCO and the organizers, Lithuania and Ukraine, for holding this conference, especially at a time when the horrors of war are showing their cruelest face of the Ukrainian civilian population. This meeting is a key opportunity to reinforce the international consensus on culture as a tool for peace, whose sphere must be strengthened in order to advance integrated policies and actions for the inclusive and holistic development of society, even more so in such an uncertain and disturbing context as the current one. Those present here share the value of culture not only as a global public good, as stated in Mexico in the final declaration of 2 years ago, but also as a tool for building the future. The coordinated efforts of states and international organizations are both useful and necessary. As early as February 2024, UNESCO have confirmed, as we could see this morning, damage in 100, even thousands of sites in Ukraine, libraries, archives, monuments, museums. Recovery of this rich heritage and the rest of the Ukrainian cultural sector requires joint commitment and efforts. Along these lines, since last April, the Spanish Ministry of Culture has been working with the Ukrainian Cultural Foundation to develop training and technical exchange programs in those subjects and fields that are now more necessary for cultural professionals in Ukraine. Emergency response with the development of safeguarding plans, heritage education, and the use of new technologies for the protection of heritage. This initiative adds to the one undertaken last year by the government of Spain through the Spanish Agency for International Cooperation within the framework of the Spain UNESCO Cooperation Trust Fund in the recovery of the cultural life in Lviv, a World Heritage City, through Culture for Peace and Resilience, a cultural hub in Lviv's project. Regarding movie sector, Spain also supports the European Solidarity Fund for Ukrainian films with a financial contribution of 300,000 euros in this first step. With these three actions, we reaffirm our commitment to the recovery of Ukraine and the desire for an early peace, which must include the reconstruction and full recovery of its entire culture. Because we want an end to the war and the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we can't wait no longer. As the then Director General of UNESCO, Federico Mayor Zaragoza, once said, we must prepare for peace now. And this is done by helping to strengthen the Ukrainian cultural sector. Culture will be the best tool to sustain a society recovering from the devastating effects of war. Spain, like UNESCO, is committed to the transformative power of culture in the development of people and societies, with the aim of achieving a global and lasting peace. That is why we stress now more than ever the need to promote the defense of cultural rights, full accessibility to cultural services, but also social and economic recognition for professionals. Therefore, Spain is aware of this crucial moment in which the role of culture as an essential public good must be definitively recognized, giving full meaning to the establishment of a specific goal for culture that will host in Mondiacult 2025 in Barcelona next year. Finally, let me come back to this project, the Culture Hub in Lviv, because we think it's a good example, a good practice of how to recover the cultural life in one city, in this case in a World Heritage place. My colleague Eduardo from the Spanish Agency for International Cooperation will have the floor now, I think, to explain in detail the hub. All these challenges will be on our agendas in the coming months, and we will have to face them together in a grand global strategy that puts culture at the top of our government's agendas. Thank you very much. And viva Croatia.
Thank you, my dear colleague. Thank you.
Yes, and I see the note that the second speaker on behalf of Spain, so please, Mr. Eduardo Narbona Algara, Deputy Head of Programs and Culture Agreements, Spanish Agency of International Cooperation for Development.
Your Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, following what it has been stated by the General Director Isaac Sastre de Diego, I'm going to put the accent of the on the work done so far by the Agency of International Cooperation of Spain, partly as a response of the agency that I represent to the overall crisis provoked by the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. The agency has yearly allocated since 2022 a budget round to 15 million euros and channeled since February 2022 more than 90 million euros in humanitarian assistance, more particularly in the field of cultural cooperation with Ukraine. I would like to now focus on a project which is revealing fully successful. Our project, Culture for Peace and Resilience, funded through UNESCO Spain with 1.8 million euros so far allocated and implemented by UNESCO in partnership with the City Council of Lviv, the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy, the National Commission of Ukraine to UNESCO, and of course, full support of the Agency of Spain's International Cooperation. The project has foreseen as a first phase the creation of a culture hub at a premise which is fully restored at the very historical center of the city. Once this phase will be fully culminated, we are to foster this UNESCO club in Lviv with the implementation of an ambitious work plan. This is intended to enable the hub to serve as an efficient platform for material and intangible heritage reconstruction, as well as the restoration of the cultural infrastructure devastated in Ukraine as a result of the war aggression. And we are encouraging the Culture Hub in Lviv also to become a center of excellence in capacity building for our artists and cultural professionals, able to attract professionals forced to flee and to facilitate their professional reintegration. By means of implementing the Hub's work plan, we will also target to enhance skills and competences of artists and cultural professionals to contribute to cultural and economic recovery of Ukraine, as well as to strengthen the resilience of victims of the war and their post-war rehabilitation once the conflict will be put to an end. To this same purpose, the working plan of the Culture Hub underlines as another output the enhancement of cultural and creative industries in this dramatic context. And at all respect, maintaining a multifaceted approach. As for now, we have identified 7 sections to develop the work plan: museums, collection and documentary heritage, built heritage, living heritage, creative industry, literature, culture for resilience and recovery, and as a 7th point, governance and cultural policies. All these mentioned sections are being implemented through a set of workshops and targeted activities, such as, for instance, the constitution of a pool of trainers to generate future trainings at the Culture Hub, with collaboration of a wide array of actors such as the military or police. Let us think of the field of illicit traffic of cultural items, the field of capacity building in Ukraine, and mention should also be made of activities involving very relevant cultural institutions such as the Smithsonian and the Getty Foundations, focused on heritage recovery, digitalization mechanisms, and museum sustainability. We hope that once this pilot current program of Culture Hub in Lviv is culminated, we hope that it can be developed into a strong UNESCO club under the auspices and supervision of the National Commission of Cooperation of Ukraine with UNESCO, the NATCOM, and also capable of generating a network of culture hubs as antenna clubs for UNESCO in other cities of Ukraine, with the involvement of a wide array of national contributors, international organizations, and private stakeholders. We are satisfied to see that such a future network of culture hubs will and can build on the experience and lessons learned from the pilot project in Lviv that we are in the Spanish Agency of International Cooperation cherishing and fostering so much.
And now is the time for Mr. Eric Catalfamo, Director of Cultural Heritage, U.S. Department of State, United States of America. Please.
Thank you, honorable ministers and esteemed colleagues. The United States is honored to participate in this important international conference and to stand firmly with the people of Ukraine. Amidst the brutality of Russia's unjustified and unprovoked full-scale war, the culture of Ukraine has emerged as a poignant symbol of the nation's identity, resilience, and rich history. The United States unequivocally supports the recovery of Ukraine's culture sector, including its cultural heritage, recognizing its profound importance to the Ukrainian people and to all of humanity. We also condemn in the strongest possible terms Russia's attacks on Ukraine's cultural heritage, and in response we have taken decisive action and allocated resources to support the preservation and protection of Ukraine's cultural heritage and the resilience of its cultural sector. In February of last year, we established the Ukraine Cultural Heritage Response Initiative with initial funding of over $10 million to support Ukraine's efforts to protect and repair damage to Ukrainian cultural heritage sites and collections. And I'd like to give you just two examples of the work that's being done under the initiative. In partnership with the City of Kyiv and the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy, we supported the World Monuments Fund to complete a project for urgent repair of the glass dome of the Kyiv Pedagogical Museum, also known as the Teacher's House, which was the home of Ukraine's first parliament, and it's recently been completed. We're also very honored to partner with UNESCO and with Ukrainian authorities on a multi-year, multi-million-dollar project to promote Ukrainian women artists, including the folk artist Maria Primachenko, and to conserve war-damaged objects at the Ivankiv Museum. At the same time, we are working with law enforcement authorities, both domestically and overseas, to track, seize, and repatriate Ukrainian cultural property illegally removed from the country. And this was highlighted in September of last year during President Zelensky's visit to Washington, when our law enforcement authorities returned 10 Ukrainian cultural artifacts that had been stolen from Ukraine. Just this week, our Cultural Property Advisory Committee, which is an expert body appointed by President Biden, met together with the Ukrainian ambassador to the United States to consider Ukraine's request for U.S. import restrictions on categories of Ukrainian archaeological and ethnological materials that are vulnerable to looting, theft, and trafficking. And we continue to work closely with allies, public and private sector funders, and international bodies like UNESCO to coordinate our cultural heritage protection and preservation efforts, thereby ensuring a unified global response to this crisis. And we applaud the adoption of the Vilnius Call for Action, which will further advance these efforts. The preservation of cultural heritage is a pillar of our commitment to Ukraine, and our actions today build on more than 20 years of U.S. engagement on cultural heritage protection and preservation work with Ukraine's government and the Ukrainian people. Our commitment to Ukraine extends beyond the current war and will continue through recovery and reconstruction. Together, we can ensure that the cultural heritage of Ukraine not only survives this war, but continues to inspire future generations with its testament to human endurance, creativity, and hope. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Catalfano.
And now Mr. Stefan Rosel, Deputy Director General for Culture and Society at the Federal Foreign Office, Germany.
Ladies and gentlemen, Germany stands firmly with Ukraine against the Russian war of aggression, and we are thankful to Lithuania, Ukraine, and the UNESCO for hosting this conference dedicated to the support of the Ukraine culture sector, which Germany considers crucial for a true recovery following a whole-of-society approach, which is the foundation for the Ukraine Recovery Conference in Berlin next week. In 2024, Germany supports Ukrainian culture and civil society with up to 35 million euros and will continue its effort to do so as long as it takes. Germany will therefore grant 2 million euros to the Ukraine Art Aid Center, which coordinates and supplies goods to Ukrainian cultural institutions and museums to protect cultural assets from war damages, ensures electric capacities of cultural institutions, and facilitates digitalization of art collections threatened to be destroyed by Russian missiles. Germany is committed to keep alive Ukrainian culture inside Ukraine and to make it visible outside Ukraine. Thus, we proudly support the first representative office of the Ukraine Institute outside Kyiv in Berlin. Furthermore, the implementation of the House of Europe program in Kyiv is led by the Goethe Institute, Ukraine. Houses of Europe is an EU-funded program fostering professional and creative exchange between Ukrainians and their colleagues in EU countries and the UK. It cooperates closely with the UNIC cluster in Ukraine. The support of the cultural sector throughout Ukraine will remain a priority for the Goethe Institute in Ukraine and overall. Until 2028, Germany will grant 5 million euros for the establishment of 2 centers of Ukraine studies via the German Academic Exchange Service at the European University in Frankfurt-Oder and the University in Regensburg. Both projects are networks of Ukrainian, German, and European universities designed to support the internationalization of Ukraine's academic sector. Within our Eastern Partnership Program for the cooperation of civil societies, Germany is currently funding cultural and civil society projects with Ukrainian partners up to 7 million euros and has been doing so since 2014. Within the framework of Kulturgutretter, German word, an emergency mechanism for cultural heritage in crisis, Germany continues to offer advice concerning built heritage through Ukrainian architects. This includes translations of guidelines and software and online trainings. Germany is happy to co-sponsor the Vilnius Call for Action that sends an important signal to the Ukraine Recovery Conference that takes place in Berlin next week. Ačiū.
Danke schön, Herr Rössel. Danke.
And now Ms. Alison Joyce, Assistant Principal Officer, Department of Housing, Local Government and Heritage, Ireland.
Thank you. Ireland welcomes this initiative as a positive step towards the recovery of the culture sector of Ukraine. Ukrainian history and culture have always been part of European culture, identity and diversity. As a country, Ireland, through its lived experience, is very aware of the importance of culture and heritage to the well-being of a nation. The Russian Federation's attempts to suppress expressions of Ukrainian cultural identity, impose Russian identity, and destroy Ukrainian sites of culture and historical significance are a deliberate strategy in their war of aggression. As a member of the International Coalition for the Return of Ukrainian Children, Ireland will continue to call for the immediate and safe return of all children who have been removed from their communities and unlawfully deported to Russia and Belarus. In our national capacity and as a member of the European Union and at the Human Rights Council, Ireland has condemned and expressed our concern at Russian efforts to suppress and eradicate Ukrainian culture and identity. As a member of the group of Friends of Ukraine, Ireland has contributed to statements of support for Ukraine in all areas of UNESCO's mandate. Ireland will continue to raise its voice to denounce this unlawful war of aggression in its national capacity. We have seen the continued deliberate destruction of hundreds of Ukrainian sites of cultural and historical significance. In July and August, Russia repeatedly targeted sites in the historic centers of Odessa and Lviv, both on the World Heritage List. Russia has weaponized language and education, seeking to impose the Russian language and a Russian state-sponsored version of history on the population in the occupied territories, and to suppress Ukrainian language, identity, and culture. With respect to the breadth of Russia's violations, one of the most egregious is the large-scale forcible transfer of Ukrainian children to Russia and Belarus. Ireland welcomes the progress made by the International Criminal Prosecutor's Office in investigating these possible crimes, and in that respect notes the arrest warrants for Russian President Vladimir Putin and his Commissioner for Children's Rights, Maria Lvova-Belova, in March 2023. We reiterate our calls on the Russian Federation to end its war of aggression against Ukraine and completely withdraw its forces from Ukraine's internationally recognized borders and territorial waters. We are proud to play our part in the multilateral response to this unjustified aggression, including at UNESCO, where there has been a historic effort to help prevent and mitigate such impacts. Today, Ireland pledges a further €100,000 to further support this important work by UNESCO. This is further to the $210 million in commitments already made since the start of the war. Ireland also supports the Vilnius call for action. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, dear Alison. Thank you.
And now, as the last but not least speaker on my delegates list, and I want to invite on the stage Ms. Sophie Gertz, Deputy General Representative of the Flemish Community and the region of Flanders, Belgium.
Dear ministers, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank Lithuania and UNESCO for organizing this conference, and we reaffirm our support for and solidarity with the Ukrainian people during these challenging times. This conflict and its far-reaching impact underscore both the fragility and the essential resilience of the cultural and creative sectors. It is imperative that the international community continues to stand by our Ukrainian partners, offering steadfast support. In Belgium, our communities have already taken several initiatives to support Ukraine's cultural sector and its invaluable heritage. The Flemish community has made a contribution to UNESCO, providing essential materials and equipment to safeguard Ukraine's cultural heritage. Additionally, the French community contributes to the Emergency Fund for Ukraine, established by the Association of European Film Centers. Moreover, the three communities in Belgium have undertaken measures to welcome Ukrainians, enabling artists to engage in and create new cultural projects.
In this regard, Flanders contributed as well to the Culture of Solidarity Unique Ukraine Fund, supporting cultural collaboration between European and Ukrainian artists. We firmly believe in the necessity of coordinated efforts. A true impact can be made when the international community works together to integrate culture into Ukraine's overall recovery and reconstruction efforts. For this reason, Belgium supports the Vilnius call for action on the recovery of the cultural sector of Ukraine and will continue to support the cultural sectors. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Sophie. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we sincerely thank all the state delegations for your interventions, and now is the time to start the second round of interventions. And now is the time for representatives of international organizations to come on the stage. And the first on our list is Ms. Alexandra Fiebig, Project Manager, Aleph Foundation. And the speakers, please respect the time and pay attention to the limit of time for your speeches. Thank you very much for understanding.
Thank you very much. Minister Karandiev, Minister Kairis, distinguished delegates, I would like to echo the congratulations to the organizing teams from the Ukrainian Ministry of Culture and Information Policy, for UNESCO and the Lithuanian National Commission of UNESCO for the perfect organization of our gathering today. Above all, we would like to thank the government of Lithuania for hosting this important conference in the beautiful city of Vilnius. The International Alliance for the Protection of Heritage and Conflict Areas, ALIF, is the principal global fund dedicated exclusively to the protection of heritage and conflict zones and post-conflict situations. ALIF was founded in 2017 in Geneva at the initiative of France and the UAE in response to the massive destruction of cultural heritage in the preceding years, primarily due to terrorism and war in the Middle East and the Sahel. ALIF is a private foundation under Swiss law and a public-private partnership that today counts 11 members, including 3 European countries, Luxembourg, Cyprus, and France, and 3 private donors, Dr. Thomas S. Kaplan, the J. Paul Getty Trust, and the Fondation Gondure pour l'Art. We hold a headquarters agreement with Switzerland, which confers ALIF the privileges and immunities of an international organization. Our mission is clear: to protect cultural heritage in conflict zones. Our commitment is clearly evident in Ukraine. ALIF has been fully invested in helping to protect Ukraine's cultural heritage from the devastating impact of war. And we will continue to do so as long as necessary, with our own funds and supported by a strong alliance of partners and donors. In early March 2022, ALIF adopted an action plan for the protection of heritage in Ukraine in order to protect the collections of museums, archives and libraries, monuments and sites, and to support Ukrainian professionals. As ALIF demonstrated its unique capacity to act quickly and with agility to save cultural heritage at risk in Ukraine, ALIF has been supported not only by its member states, but also external funders such as the European Union through the Foreign Policy Instrument, the Getty Foundation, and the Principality of Monaco, as well as the US State Department through the US Ambassador's Fund. Through a continuous and responsive granting mechanism for Ukraine, ALIF approved over 200 grants for a combined commitment of $7.2 million. 3/4 of the projects have been completed today, benefiting over 400 organizations or institutions from the cultural heritage sector. ALIF finances concrete protection and stabilization projects on the ground, working hand in hand with local NGOs, partners, national, local, and regional institutions, and reaching over 300 individual museums, libraries, and archives all over Ukraine. Another important focus of Alif's work are the cultural heritage professionals. Over 600 cultural heritage professionals have received direct financial aid to ensure that they continue their vital work amidst the conflict. Our commitment today is continuing putting Alif's agility and flexibility at the service of heritage protection and recovery in Ukraine. To do so, Alif can rely on its own funds, its strong partners, and hopefully expanding alliance of donors. Thank you, Diakoy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear Alexandra.
And now I want to invite two speakers, Ms. Eva Tenzin, representing European External Action Service, and Mr. Willy Kokolo from European Commission. Please, floor is yours.
Thank you. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to speak here today together with my colleague from the European Commission on behalf of the EU. The EU stands firmly in solidarity with Ukraine and is committed to support it for as long as it takes and in whatever it takes. The EU and member states' support to Ukraine and its people amounts today to around 100 billion euro and covers areas like military support, financial reconstruction support, and humanitarian assistance. Despite the needs of the country being huge, it remains important to keep supporting the Ukrainian cultural sector, which has suffered intensely during the war, but has also shown a remarkable resilience, as well as protect the country's cultural heritage, which is an essential element of Ukrainian identity, but also an important part of the world heritage as such. The European Union will continue to advocate for the universal respect of the 1954 Hague Convention for the Protection of Cultural Property in the event of armed conflict, help Ukraine to protect its cultural heritage, and promote documentation, investigation, and accountability of crimes against cultural heritage. Via the EU advisory mission, we provide support to the law enforcement and judiciary sectors of Ukraine to investigate and build cases for crimes against Ukrainian cultural heritage. And organized training specifically on addressing crimes against cultural heritage, including countering trafficking of cultural property.
The work carried out by the EU advisory mission is evidence of the EU's unwavering support of Ukraine's cultural and creative sectors. This support is based on a strong political mandate, with EU member states granting Ukraine official EU candidate status in June 2022. On the policy side, the European Commission set up an expert group dedicated to the safeguarding of cultural heritage in Ukraine. The recommendations formulated by the 26 international experts, several of whom are in the room, 6 of whom are Ukrainian, will be finalized and published over the summer. In addition, the European Commission organized 2 workshops in support of Ukraine's cultural professionals, 2 workshops that stressed once again the unique role of culture for social cohesion, regional development, economic growth, as well as resilience and recovery. Our policies are backed by action and funding. The European Commission has invested 26 million euros in support of Ukraine's culture and creative sectors since February 2022. You will find a comprehensive overview of our initiatives here. There are 50 copies in the table over there. I just want to stress that our actions supported 3 levels: immediate emergency support for the protection of cultural heritage, medium-term support to cultural professionals and artists, and long-term policy planning for post-war recovery. So what's next looking ahead for the future? The European Commission committed 50 billion euros under the newly created Ukraine facility. This will fund priorities identified in the Ukraine plan. There are many such priorities and sectors, and we are very pleased to see that a place was devoted to culture. If such is the decision of the Ukrainian authorities, part of this money will be possible to be used to fund the cultural and creative sectors in Ukraine. We would like to conclude by thanking Ukraine, Lithuania, and UNESCO for organizing this conference. There is much at stake when a country is fighting a war and planning its recovery. Culture is integral to this process and should never be a side consideration. The European Union reiterates its unwavering commitment to supporting Ukraine's cultural and creative sectors. Together, let us work for their flourishing and their distinctiveness. This is the basis of the 2005 UNESCO Convention on the protection and promotion of the diversity of cultural expressions. And this is also the motto of the European Union, united in diversity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eva. Thank you very much, Willy.
And the next, Miss Sophie Thijs, representing Europeana Network Association.
Dear hosts, dear Minister Karaniev, dear Excellencies and dear colleagues, as the steward of the Common European Data Space for Cultural Heritage contracted by the European Commission, Europeana has from the very outset of the war voiced its solidarity with the Ukrainian heritage sector. And shortly after, we also established a dedicated working group, a cross-initiative working group, that started out as a monitoring body for ongoing actions in the field of cultural heritage in Ukraine, but it then evolved into an active advocate, facilitator, and enabler for basically any sort of activity in the area of digital transformation. And for instance, one of the things we did is award a special prize to a truly innovative project developed in the hackathon co-organized by House of Europe and the innovation agency Digitizing Space. We will continue to express and to operationalize our unwavering support for Ukraine, championing the value of its cultural assets as well as the importance of the work of its cultural heritage practitioners. As we are continuously exploring new ways to intersect and to collaborate, Europeana today commits to 4 actions. First, we will examine together with Ukrainian stakeholders, our data space partners, UNESCO and our entire network of networks, routes for aggregation of Ukrainian digital cultural collections. Second, we commit to heightened efforts towards building capacity in the Ukrainian digital sector, including performing a gaps analysis in what we can currently offer and the needs that are felt by our Ukrainian heritage colleagues. And that way, I hope we can really tailor and deliver a stakeholder-driven learning experience. Thirdly, we will continue to actively support and participate in the Laptops for Ukraine campaign of the European Commission, since the need for digital equipment remains very stringent. And then finally, we will commit to further advocate for the protection and the recovery of Ukrainian cultural heritage. We will continue raising awareness about the challenges that our Ukrainian colleagues are experiencing and the need to mobilize people, projects, and means necessary to safeguard and to restore the cultural memory of this country that has already suffered unacceptable losses. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Sophie. Thank you.
And now Ms. Uliana Furiev, representing European League of Institutes and the Arts from Netherlands.
Dear hosts, delegates, and international partners, we applaud that so many countries and international organizations are coming together to support Ukraine in cultural recovery. But how can there be a recovery of the cultural sector in Ukraine without art education and training? Just as Ukraine requires psychologists and psychotherapists to restore the unbroken minds and bodies of Ukrainian people, the cultural sector needs hundreds, if not thousands, of trained artists and cultural professionals to manage the complex tasks of reviving and expanding Ukrainian cultural heritage. Advanced arts education must be central to the recovery and post-war reconstruction of Ukraine, receiving urgent support from the international community. In 2022, ELIA, a globally connected European network representing over 300,000 students across all art disciplines in more than 200 art universities and academies across 52 countries, sharply condemned the unjustified Russian invasion of Ukraine. ELIA stands by all Ukrainian art academies. In November 2022, in collaboration with the Abakanovich Arts and Culture Charitable Foundation, ELIA launched the UAX Ukraine platform. To date, UAX is the largest and only program in Ukraine that unites 15 Ukrainian art academies and connects them with the extensive international art education community. Following the outflow of thousands of Ukrainian students, it soon became clear that what Ukrainian academies and universities needed was not merely refuge for students and staff outside the country, but concrete mechanisms to support their institutional survival within Ukraine. The need for retention of staff and students was immediate. The necessity for long-term alliances with international art academies was paramount. The desire for alignment with EU educational frameworks was vital. The UAX platform was thus born. These three pillars have informed our work. Pillar 1, the UX platform guarantees membership and access to the influential ELIA network. By 2025, 15 Ukrainian art academies and universities will represent one of the largest European contingents in ELIA, with academies from Kharkiv, Kherson, Kyiv, Odessa, Lviv, and Uzhhorod presently represented. Pillar 2, the UAX platform is building the most extensive sister school network in Ukraine and internationally. Each year, UAX brings more academies into the fold, totaling 30 sister schools by 2025. The platform fosters a robust knowledge community exchange of art academies, both within Ukraine and internationally, promoting peer learning, exchange, along with significant infrastructural support of the Ukrainian academies. But most importantly, UAX nurtures solidarity among these dynamic communities. Pillar 3, and last pillar, the UAX platform distributes fellowship bursaries directly to students. A total of 100 students will have been named Abakanovich Fellows by 2025. The bursaries support artists and cultural practitioners from visual arts, design, performing arts, theater, film, music, art history, cultural studies, restoration degree programs. These emerging cultural professionals will lead the process of cultural rebuilding, recovery, preservation, and formation of the renewed Ukrainian identity. In conclusion, on behalf of ELIA and UAX platform, we endorse the Vilnius call for action for the recovery of Ukraine's cultural sector. Priority 3, Action Plan for Culture in Ukraine, particularly resonates with our mission, revival of institutional capacity of cultural institution and cultural education. We commit to supporting cultural resilience in Ukraine, aligning to the UNESCO efforts and to the development of the cultural sector by empowering higher arts education in Ukraine. To this end, we would like to urge a thorough assessment of the needs of the Ukrainian higher arts education sector. We call on international partners to join hands in building the capacity of the Ukrainian arts education sector today. Дякую. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Uliana.
And now the floor comes for Ms. Kristina Bitseva, representing ICOMOS. And please, all speakers, respect the time limit we have.
Distinguished chairs, excellencies, ministers, colleagues.
The International Council on Monuments and Sites, ICOMOS, is one of the foremost organizations in the heritage field and advisory body to the World Heritage Committee, has been actively engaged in supporting Ukraine since the onset of the war. Early in the conflict, ICOMOS, along with ICROM, conducted an on-the-ground mission represented by its highest officials, President and Vice President, to assess damage, identify immediate needs, and offer technical assistance for recovery planning. ICOMOS has established a Ukraine Crisis Monitoring and Response Working Group led by its International Scientific Committee on Risk Preparedness, which has been diligently collecting and monitoring information on Ukrainian cultural heritage and participates in coordination meetings with UNESCO and other international partners, offering crucial expertise. In partnership with the Foundation to Preserve Ukraine's Sacred Arts and the World Monuments Fund, ICOMOS coordinated and delivered fire extinguishers for the protection of the historic wooden churches in Ukraine, while with the support of the Swiss Federal Office of Culture and ICOMOS Swiss, we have provided digitizing and restoration equipment for the Lviv Polytechnic National University. Priding itself in being a family of 11,000 individual members, professionals, worldwide in 138 countries and territories, ICOMOS has also supported the activities of its national committee, ICOMOS Ukraine, which has partnered with many public initiatives and volunteer groups. European national committees of ICOMOS have been particularly active, shipping heritage protection materials and supporting Ukrainian heritage specialists in higher education. There have been several dedicated meetings of the ICOMOS Europe Group on Ukraine. Several activities like the quality principles for EU-funded projects are also targeting the needs of Ukraine, focusing on the future rehabilitation efforts. ICOMOS is also well represented in several international working groups, focusing on the concerns of the reconstruction of Ukraine. All or many ICOMOS national committees have expressed their preparedness to offer concrete support, know-how, and skills shaping with their Ukrainian colleagues. And we did have the chance to do that and present concrete support and assistance for Ukrainian heritage professionals, especially through the UNESCO-coordinated project Support for Ukrainian Culture and Education through UNESCO, funded by the Japanese Trust in Fund, where ICOMOS, along with ICROM, is an implementing partner. ICOMOS co-designed a capacity building and technical assistance program in advanced documentation for emergency response for World Heritage and cultural property, aiming at a holistic approach to the sustainable and urgent protection of Ukraine's rich cultural heritage. Within this program, in July 2023, ICOMOS, jointly with UNESCO and ICROM, conducted an inception training in Kiev, focusing on advanced digital documentation methods for the state of conservation of World Heritage and tentative list sites and their risk preparedness. In Chernihiv, we have offered on-site guidance and advice for developing a rehabilitation plan for its historic center, and a capacity building and documentation mission also took place, resulting in the advanced documentation of the damaged Taras Shevchenko Music and Drama Theater, prioritized for urgent restoration. Moving forward, ICOMOS will continue its capacity building efforts and documentation of World Heritage properties within the framework of this project, including the St. Sophia Cathedral complex in Kiev and the wooden circus of the Carpathian region. ICOMOS stands with Ukraine and its heritage professionals, advocating for the enhancement of local heritage and traditions as key values for reconstruction. We remain committed to providing expert training in a wide and overarching array of expertise, support the involvement of local communities in the recovery process, and ensuring the safeguarding of Ukraine's cultural heritage. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Christina.
And now Ms. Olga Sahaydak, representing organization RESPOL.
Dear partners and colleagues, I represent the Rapid Expert Support project supported by European Commission in purpose to support government organization, Ministry of Culture and relevant parliamentary committee to work on culture and development of policies. So my responsibility is coordination of cultural heritage group of experts. And we are in a process of finalizing big analytics based on in-depth interview, databases, focus groups, and in the end of this month, we will present a big analysis of sphere of cultural heritage. In addition, that Mr. Karandeev told, I just want to highlight some important things. It's about human sources and it's about education. We need support in strengthness of professional skills for Ukrainian restorers, for conservators, for managers of culture. Also, we need researchers, European researchers in Ukraine and international, who can learn Ukrainian cultural heritage with us and spread information all over the world, because we have no sources now to present Ukrainian culture. As also, we need your support in spreading of cultural diplomacy. Now we have 2 representative offices in Paris and Berlin, but it's not enough to represent Ukrainian culture for world society. And a week ago, we had in Kiev a Cultural Heritage Forum supported by USAID. And we put on the table with our cultural heritage community the question that issues of cultural heritage have to be included in security strategy of Ukraine and European Union. So we think that cultural heritage, it's not about past, it's about future, because it's about our identity. And I really believe that in this future, Ukraine is a space of freedom, space of inspiration and opportunity of development, modern culture of Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Ola. Thank you.
And now Mr. Johannes Nathan, representing Ukraine Art Aid Center, Germany.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to speak at this conference, which addresses so many important issues, and I'm very happy to do so on behalf of the steering committee of the Ukraine Art Aid Center. The Ukraine Art Aid Center was founded in March 2022 by a small steering committee that wanted to immediately respond to the needs of Ukrainian museums, sending packing materials, fire extinguishers, crates, etc. And we were soon met with generous donations, first by German museums and commercial companies, then by 2 great foundations, the Hasso-Plattner Foundation and the Ernst von Siemens Kunststiftung. And eventually we were lucky enough to acquire extraordinary funds from the German Ministry for Culture, 3 million euros in 2022. And we have since been supported very generously by the German Foreign Ministry, which has accorded us additional funds of several million euros. We are committed to send as much of immediate response material that is required. We have since begun to send not only just packing material, but climate control material, for example, alarm systems, also material that helps to support the energy supply of museums, but because that is something that's very important, and also material and equipment for the digitization, laptops, scanners, cameras, etc. I cannot and do not want to go into greater detail. I can't read to you the list of the hundreds of institutions that we have supported so far. We still realize that it is only a small help, but we are also certain and continue to be committed to very rapid response. And I would just like to finish with one focus that I think requires or would deserve more discussion, namely something that's also been briefly mentioned by Alexandra Fiebig, the setting up of shelters for the safekeeping of Ukrainian cultural goods. I think that is a topic that we would really need to discuss with governments and particularly with the Ukrainian government. So I do hope that it's something that we can do in the future. And let me just finish by one statement. We have heard so many words of thanks in the course of our actions, but also in the course of this conference. I think it is us, the rest of Europe, who has to be thankful to Ukraine, because they, with a terrible blood toll, keep at bay an aggressor that actually wants to reach with his arms ever further westwards in Europe. So thank you, Ukraine, and Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, dear colleague.
And now, Mr. Yuri Savchuk, representing National Museum of the History of Ukraine in the Second World War. Please, floor is yours.
Dear ministers, dear organizers, this very important conference, I want to very short present you point of view of Ukraine directors of museums. First of all, I would like to say thank you so much for support in this very hard and dark time of our country and our culture. I remember every day, every hours, every minutes, last 2 years. And really, we need your support for survive our institution in this very, very hard time. And also, I would like to say very important things, that we understand that cultural cooperation is a platform for our political integration in European Union. It's very strong bridge to the Ukraine future. And as for me, I would like to say that very important, for example, 3 things. First of all, we need developed cooperation between institutions, Ukraine and European Union and world. Perhaps, I know it's impossible to create a quota for the product, different product, but we all time need remember about the cooperation, the main street for our future. And also, next position, I would like to say that we talk about the help to Ukraine right now and also to build strategy in the future. For me, it's very, very important going step by step and to realize a very concrete project. And for example, our institution, the biggest museum in Ukraine, ready to be to realize pilot project in different fields. We have, for example, professional skills of our staff. We have different and other factors. And I propose my institution to cooperate and to be a hub in the Ukraine, in the capital of Ukraine, for different way of cooperation. Finally, I would like to mention that our institution presented in Europe, especially in Lithuania, in Kaunas, in 2022, first museums exhibition in the world with title Forever for Ukraine. This exhibition met full-scale Russian invasion in Kiev, and in this year, in 2022, was opened in Kaunas in War Museum. When our colleagues from Lithuania called me on middle of March 2022 and asked about represent exhibition in Europe, it was fantastic. It was impossible, but we did it reality. And I am absolutely agree that this conference, when we talk about recovery of Ukraine, timely, and we need this discussion and build a project to the future. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, dear colleague.
And now, last but not least, I invite Ms. Rūta Leitinaitė, representing the Lithuanian Association of Architects. The floor is yours.
Thank you. It's a little bit of pressure to be the last one, but bear with me for 2 minutes. Distinguished ministers, dear colleagues, I want to present 3 architectural and cultural initiatives where Architects Association of Lithuania is one of the initiators and coordinators. First one is the Creative Europe supported project, Euriherit, Architects for Cultural Heritage in Ukraine, Recreating Identity and Memory. In this project, we see cultural heritage in Ukraine as a resource for democratic and culturally meaningful reconstruction of the Ukraine. The aim of this project is to build up the capacity of Ukrainian cultural heritage specialists. We are a consortium of 9 architectural organizations from European Union and 3 Ukrainian architectural organizations. This is a soft project, so we have workshops, seminars, we do research, we will come up with recommendations. We have continuous professional development courses for 24 Ukrainian specialists. We also have bachelor program for architecture students in Ukraine. The project will end in 2026, and we are analyzing the topics such as value of cultural heritage, damage done by war to the cultural heritage, community involvement in the rebuilding and preservation of cultural heritage, renovation of modernism housing in Ukraine, architectural design competitions as tools to preserve and rebuild Ukrainian cultural heritage, and also new technologies. Another initiative where we also participate is the Lithuanian government's initiative called Future School for Ukraine. We implement this initiative together with Central Projects Management Agency in Lithuania. The aim of this initiative is to create an adaptive technical design for a new school in Ukraine. Lithuanian government will pay for the technical design, and it will be given for free to any Ukrainian community. So they will be able to build the school after certain adaptation to each location anywhere in Ukraine. So we announce an open architectural competition. If you are still here in Vilnius tonight or tomorrow, the exhibition of 16 entries is exhibited at the National Gallery of Art. So I cordially invite you to take a sneak peek to the competition entries, and the results of the competition will come up this summer. And the last initiative already mentioned by our dear Minister Simonas Kairys is the European Bauhaus Lab Public Infrastructure for Ukraine. This is a European Bauhaus Lab where we want to share our experience and methodologies on how to get democratic and quality-oriented and also design for any public infrastructure object in Ukraine, be it a school, be it a library, be it a community center, be it a concert hall, be it a square or a park. So we are open for partnerships because we want to create a platform for the ones who need public infrastructure in Ukraine. This is communities and organizations from Ukraine, and also donors, governments, and organizations from Europe and beyond. So feel free to reach out for us, and let's rebuild Ukraine in a really quality way together. Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Ruta. Thank you.
Thank you for all speakers, and we have listened to the very interesting interventions of the state delegations and international partners in which they share their insights and ideas on how we need to further work towards the protection, stabilization, recovery, and reconstruction of the cultural sector of Ukraine, presented the initiatives, plans, and announced pledges. Alongside Ukraine, we are very grateful for all your support and commitment towards Ukraine's culture sector. And now we are arriving at the next part of today's conference, the adoption of the Vilnius Call for Action on the recovery of a culture sector of Ukraine. The Vilnius Call for Action declaration recognizes the importance of international partners and donors in the protection, stabilization, recovery and reconstruction of Ukraine, as well as the importance of effective coordination. The declaration serves as a catalyst in mobilizing the international community and reaffirms its commitment to support the culture sector of Ukraine. For this purpose, the co-sponsors, states and international partners, international organizations, NGOs and funds endorse the updated action plan for culture in Ukraine presented today in session 1 and commit to contribute to its implementation. In this regard, we welcome the pledges of international donors generously announced today and encourage the international community to continue its support for Ukraine's culture. Finally, and the most importantly, the Vilnius Call for Action calls for the integration of the culture sector of Ukraine in its recovery and reconstruction process and in future discussions. The Vilnius Call for Action, along with other outcomes of today's conference, will be presented on 12 June in Berlin in a culture-dedicated discussion at the Ukraine Recovery Conference. Hereby, I would like to thank UNESCO and all delegations and international partners for their valuable inputs to this text. Now on the screen we can see the text of the Vilnius Call for Action. We will adopt the Vilnius Call for Action by acclamation. But before proceeding, I would like to ask if any state delegations and international partners that could not express their will earlier and willing to be included among the co-sponsors of the declaration, please raise your hand. If so, and present the country or organization represented wishing to be added to the co-sponsors list. Is there any who want? I see no hands raised. Those who could not express their support for the Vilnius Call for Action due to a given short time, but we are willing to do so, are kindly invited to inform us of their co-sponsorship before 12th of June. Then the outcomes of the Vilnius conference will be presented in Berlin. Now we proceed further. Now let me read the first paragraph of the preamble with a list of co-sponsors. We, the representatives of countries, Austria, Belgium, Bulgaria, Canada, Croatia, Czech Republic, Denmark, Finland, France, Estonia, Georgia, Germany, Greece, Iceland, Italy, Ireland, Japan, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Netherlands, Norway, Poland, Romania, Slovakia, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, United Kingdom, Ukraine, United States, as well as the representatives of the international partners, Culture Emergency Response, European Network Association, Saving Ukrainian Cultural Heritage Online, Ukraine Aid Center, World Monuments Fund, ELIA, met in Vilnius, Lithuania on 6-7 June 2024 on the occasion of the International Conference towards the Recovery of the Culture Sector of Ukraine, organized by Lithuania in cooperation with Ukraine and in partnership with UNESCO, adopt the Vilnius Call for Action on the Recovery of Culture Sector of Ukraine. Dear colleagues, I announce the Vilnius Call for Action and the Recovery of the Culture Sector of Ukraine adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Karis. Thank you, Mr. Karandiev. Thank you all. It is wonderful to testimony the moment of the Vilnius call to action adoption. The conference is arriving at its end. Now the closing remarks offer a wrap-up of the day. Do we have any broken glasses? No? It goes for success. It's a good sign, actually. I would like to invite Mr. Ernesto Ottone, Assistant Director General for Culture of UNESCO, and Ms. Agnese Logina, Minister of Culture of the Republic of Latvia, to come to the podium to take their seats. We're ready for a final remarks. Thank you. So, Mr. Ottone, it's time for your brief closing remarks.
It will be very brief. So, ministers, 3 ministers. I have 3 ministers. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegate, excellencies. First, let me tell you that that we are in deep thanks with Lithuania. I believe that today was a very fruitful day of discussions, exchange, joint planning, and you know very well for recovery we need to work together. And also I believe that somehow your call for action means something very deep on what you have been working, all countries, to try to reinforce how important is the conservation, the restoration, and also the preservation of cultural heritage. If any of you did not already know the extent of the impact of the war in Ukraine on the culture of its people in all its forms, I am sure that you do know after today. If some people weren't convinced of the power and necessity of culture for recovery, they should be by now. I wish to thank our partners, cultural professionals, practitioners, experts, for painting a picture of culture sector that desperately needs our continued and even stronger collective support for its own sake, but also to be able to contribute to Ukraine's wider recovery, to ensure that the recovery is people-centered, inclusive, and dynamic. Thank you for the testimonies, for showing us the human dimension of recovery, and that it can only be sustainable if it's planned and implemented with the communities. Culture is an indispensable resource to achieve this. I wish to extend my sincere appreciation to all member states who have voiced their support for culture and its place in recovery. The adoption of the Vilnius call for action is a testimony to this and a strong message to take the Ukraine Recovery Conference in Berlin next week, which I hope will be informed by our shared conviction that culture matters always, including during war, which undermines the most fundamental principles of our society. UNESCO will continue supporting Ukraine across its fields of competence and in the culture sector in particular. Thank you for welcoming the action plan for culture in Ukraine, which UNESCO, and you have to know, has put so much effort to consolidate, and which is an important sign of your confidence in our collective ability to provide effective and coordinated support to the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine and to the vibrant and diverse cultural sector in Ukraine. Dear Minister Karandiev, you can continue to count on us with all your team. I trust, Minister, that you have heard throughout the day the unwavering commitment of all of us to ensure that our support for the stabilization, recovery, and reconstruction of Ukraine's culture sector is closely aligned with your country's needs and priorities. UNESCO will spare no effort to continue working with all of Ukrainians' partners to pave the way for a robust cultural sector guided by international standards. Our support will also continue at the level of technical assistance for the adoption of policy frameworks, regulatory guidelines, and legal instruments. We will continue to support skills development and capacity reinforcement, emergency response, and recovery planning. Of course, we cannot do this alone. Let me therefore take this opportunity to stress once again the critical importance of information sharing, cooperation, and coordination. We each have our strengths, and only together we will be efficient, protecting and safeguarding Ukraine's cultural heritage. Let me close by thanking once again the government of Lithuania, Minister Kairis, and his team of the Ministry of Culture, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the team of the National Commission of Lithuania to UNESCO, as well as the Mayor of Vilnius, for organizing so effectively this first international conference dedicated to the recovery of Ukraine's cultural sector, and for being the greatest host that we can ask. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Otone, for your wrap-up of the day and for the future directions. And now I would like to invite Ms. Agnese Logina, Minister of Culture of Republic of Latvia, to take the floor.
Dear participants, first of all, I also wanted to say thank you for organizing this conference. Thank you so much, Simonas, for hosting us. And I was just texting my colleagues that we simply have to find new ways how to help more Ukraine to win. So this has been already such an inspirational meeting, and I just want to go home and work more and help Ukraine to win. And we are the voice of Ukraine in the EU and NATO, and this has been also one of the things that has been sort of like a theme of today's sessions. And there are many needs for military support to Ukraine, and we need to find more ways how to help cultural sector recovery of Ukraine as well. And it is not only about financial support, it's also about giving voice by telling Ukraine's story and worldwide and providing a platform for Ukraine to tell its story, to give a voice to Ukraine. And today we heard a lot about Ukraine's damaged heritage, and it is not only in numbers, and those are very real, and in some cases also lost testimonies of very important pages of Ukraine's history. Our task is to find ways how to bring back this heritage, how to bring back what is taken and preserve the heritage. And it is also our duty to hold Russia accountable for all damages it has caused in Ukraine, including in the cultural sector. The Hague Convention now is more important than ever, so we must continue to build on that commitment. However, we would like to recall the Council of Europe Convention on Offences Relating to Cultural Property, known as the Nicosia Convention. This criminal law treaty is aimed at preventing and combating the destruction, damage, and trafficking of cultural property by strengthening criminal justice responses, whilst also fostering international cooperation in this field. As one of the countries that ratified the Nicosia Convention, Latvia also invites other countries to consider joining this convention. It can complement the already existing range of international standards, and it is intended for all countries of the world, allowing close cooperation to protect the common heritage of humanity. And lastly, I would like to thank all people of Ukraine for your strength, for your courage and your ability in time of war to protect your identity as well as Ukraine's culture. We are your allies. We will be your allies till your victory. And we are your friends. And as your friends, it is our duty to help you to be heard, not only today here in Lithuania, but tomorrow and next week and until your victory and after that as well. So thank you. And
Thank you, Ms. Logina, Minister of Culture of the Republic of Latvia. And now we will hear a video message from Ms. Katja Köhl, Minister of State, German Federal Foreign Affairs Office from Berlin, where on 11-12 June, the Ukraine Recovery Conference will take place, in which culture is also included for the first time.
Excellencies, dear ladies and gentlemen. Russia's war of aggression has led to terrible destructions. Historic cities, cultural sites, cultural institutions and collections. Many of them have been destroyed or severely damaged. Yesterday and today, representatives from more than 30 states, as well as civil society organizations, are coming together to discuss the future of the Ukrainian culture sector and its recovery in the light of the Ukraine Recovery Conference 2024 next week. In Berlin, in only 4 days' time, Ukraine's international partners and allies will reconvene to showcase and mobilize further support for Ukraine. For the first time, the URC takes place in an EU member state after the landmark decisions by the European Council to open accession negotiations to bring Ukraine into the EU. The URC will highlight the international support for Ukraine for recovery, reconstruction, reform, and modernization in 4 fields: in business, in the EU dimension, in the local and the human dimension. For Germany, it was of utmost importance to include a whole-of-society approach in this URC 2024, being fully aware that Ukraine's successful recovery can only be accomplished this way. Therefore, we will also continue the important discussion about the recovery of Ukraine's cultural sector and Ukraine's cultural heritage. On the so-called Road to URC, 2 international pre-conferences cover the recovery of the cultural sector and cultural institutions. One in Berlin last week, and now here in Vilnius. It has become clear the international community has declared its intention to shield Ukraine's cultural heritage from Russia's attempts of destruction. The Vilnius call for action, following the UNESCO Action Plan for Culture in Ukraine, lays an important groundwork for continued, well-coordinated, efficient support for Ukraine's culture sector now and in the future. Germany will continue to ensure that culture will be integrated in all relevant discussions on Ukraine's recovery. We will discuss how to protect and preserve Ukraine's cultural heritage with experts from Ukraine, Lithuania, Germany, and UNESCO. I thank everybody for their contributions at the Vilnius conference. We hope to see the results of this meeting and also many of you next week in Berlin, to underline the high importance the cultural sector holds in the recovery process of Ukraine. Thank you for your attention.
Our gratitude to Germany for its important message conveyed for us all. And now I would like to give floor for Mr. Rostislav Karandiev, Acting Minister of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine.
Шановний пане Отоне, шановна пані Логіна.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, every one of you is ready to be proud of yourselves, that you're representing the stability and to the values which you are sharing, in which your countries are sharing, your peoples are sharing. You are showing care for those who need the support, and you're ready to provide the support. Dear Mr. Otone has assured me about the fact that UNESCO is going to continue to be an important partner of Ukraine. Dear colleague, you could be not doing it, and I knew that, and I would know that forever, that UNESCO is our partner and is our ally, and our experience of 70 years being in UNESCO and the 2 last years collaboration in supporting the interests of Ukrainian culture, it's more than enough to prove your words. I am grateful for all the participants of this conference who have been providing specific promises and pledges and their readiness to support and providing the projects and the numbers. It's important when we're not only talking about those things, but we're also providing the pledges and promises to actually action them. And we trust in you, and we know that together, combining our forces, our country, European partnership, other countries of the world that are joining to this high mission of solitude and therefore saving the culture of Ukraine, but also saving the worldwide culture, and we can really achieve the highest result. The Ukrainian culture will survive. Ukrainian culture will be saved. Ukrainian culture is going to be an important part of the world processes, and it will continue to enrich not only my own homeland, but also providing the cultural values and enjoyment from their consumption to other people. So I'm really grateful on the behalf of myself and all Ukrainians for solidarity and support. Glory to Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. Karandiev, for your wrap-up and for your high spirit too. I would like to invite Mr. Simonas Kairys, Minister of Culture of the Republic of Lithuania, for the brief final intervention.
Thank you, and for the final addressing, once again, dear my colleagues, dear Rostislav, dear Agnieszka, dear Ernesto, it was a very special time here in Vilnius with you today, dear Marta from Poland. Dear all other colleagues, excellencies, directors, cultural representatives, experts, distinguished guests of the conference gathered today here in the heart of Vilnius, and those who have been following us online on different continents. Since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, we are raising the question of culture's importance. The aggressor deliberately attacks the culture of Ukraine to delete the shared identity and memory of Ukrainians, to delete what defines Ukrainians as a nation. Today we have all said, the culture of Ukraine matters. We need to shield it from Russia's aggression. We need to pave the way for its stabilization, recovery, and reconstruction. Without culture, a full and stable recovery and reconstruction of Ukraine is impossible. Strong support for the culture sector is a key to rebuilding Ukraine, bringing its people back to their cities, towns, and villages, rebuilding local communities, reestablishing social cohesion, recovering from the war traumas, finding inspiration and strength to build the future of Ukraine. The culture sector also plays a role in country reforms and Ukraine's preparation for becoming a member state of the European Union. The Vilnius Conference lays the foundations for recognizing culture as an integral part of Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction process. We have two intensive sessions with experts, state representatives, and international partners. We heard what are Ukraine's needs and priorities. We endorse the updated action plan for culture in Ukraine, which provides directions for us to pull our efforts together and better coordination among us. We need to respond to both the emergency and recovery and reconstruction needs of the culture sector of Ukraine. We also adopted the Vilnius Call for Action. I firmly believe that this document will serve as a cornerstone for future mobilization and streamline of international support for stabilization, recovery, and reconstruction of the culture sector in Ukraine. We will bring the outcomes of this conference to Berlin to the Ukraine Recovery Conference 2024 taking place next week. Berlin Conference for the first time includes a discussion of the recovery of the cultural sector in Ukraine. We also pledge to continue this and integrate the culture sector in the discussions at the Ukraine Recovery Conference 2025 that will be held in Italy. On behalf of Lithuania, I sincerely thank all countries and international partners from America to Asia and Europe for being here today in Vilnius and for what you are sincerely doing in support of the culture sector of Ukraine. Once again, we are very grateful for all your devotion and commitment towards it. Together, we are sending a message to the aggressor that we will not let evil win. Light will shine over darkness after all. By saving the culture of one's country today, we are saving the world of tomorrow. I deeply thank you and Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Mr. Kairis. Thank you, all distinguished speakers, for your wrap-up and for your final remarks. I would like to express the wish that today's conference offers strong foundations for further work towards the recovery of the culture sector of Ukraine and its integration into the process of Ukraine's recovery. Let me express gratitude for all the participants. This is for you, for following closely the conference during the long day today, both in person and online, and for your work and also commitment. Once again, thanks for interpreters. Thanks for all the technical stuff. Thank you for all organizers from UNESCO and Ministry of Culture. Thank you for all supporters and sponsors today. And now, do we have a Vilnius State String Quartet ready? Wonderful. So we can continue. So we cannot close this conference without a piece of art. And actually, yesterday we started this conference with wonderful jazz concert. And now I would like to introduce the Vilnius State String Quartet. Dalia Kuznecovite, first violin. Unless you would like to hear it, just... You can continue applauding just all the time. So, it's Vilnius String Quartet. Dalia Kuznecovite, first violin, Algirdas Šochas, second violin, Kristina Nusevičiūtė, alto, and Viktor Rekalo, cello. We will hear a Ukrainian composer, of course, Boris Letoshinsky, his String Quartet number 2, Opus 4.